Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Because words, phrases, and terms actually have true meaning, let's talk about the real definition of Black fatigue. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel, Tabitha Speaks Politics. I am Tabitha. If you've come across this video and are not subscribed to the channel, please go ahead and click that subscribe button. I'd be happy to have you. I'm trying to get to 500,000 subscribers across all of my social media pages. So if you've come across this video out there on social media, please make sure you're following me on TikTok, on Instagram, on Threads, on Blue Sky, on Skylight, and over at the home base right here on YouTube. Now, racists and MAGA nuts and MAGA trolls and the antagonizing racist white people that support Donald Trump, who are a part of the evangelical Christian community, they out here lying again. They are taking the phrase, the words, the term Black fatigue and turning it into something that is not. Yes, they are saying that white people are fatigued by Black people, and they are calling it Black fatigue. They want Black people to stop holding them accountable for their racism, for their misogyny, for their homophobia. They don't want Black people talking about the corrupt system. They don't want Black people talking about their corrupt president. They don't want Black people calling out the hypocrisy of the MAGA movement, the Christianity, national Christianity movement. They want Black people to shut up. They are tired of Black people making it aware that they are racist. They are tired of Black people using their voices. They are tired. They want Black people to shut up and take their abuse. They are fatigued by Black people standing up for themselves. They are fatigued by empowered Black people. They want to go back to a time when Black people could only speak when permission was given by them. They want to go back to a time when they could be disrespectful and racist to Black people without consequence. And to that I say, since they are so fatigued by how Black people are moving, I say to my Black people, put your foot on the gas. Keep your feet on their necks. But as I started out this video saying that terms and phrases and words have meaning, I want you to know what the true meaning of Black fatigue is. Black fatigue refers to the emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by the daily stress of living under systemic racism and its consequences. It's a term coined by diversity and equity consultant Mary Frances Winters to describe the toll of constant microaggressions, the need to prove oneself, and exposure to news about injustice and violence against Black people. I'm a witness. I'm a living testimony. I can testify to the fact that Black fatigue is real. The past week or so, I have been exhausted. I have been tired because of all of what I see in doing what it is that I do to bring you all the commentary and the news that I bring to you. It weighs heavily on me. I've had an attitude the past week. My level of intolerance has been up to here. And many of you who follow me across all of my platforms have been witness to that. And I will say that I believe, it is my opinion, that white people are suffering from Black fatigue too. It's just different. They are suffering because Black people have been empowered to use their voices to hold them accountable for their racism. And to that I say, you don't want to be fatigued? Stop being racist. You don't want to be fatigued? Start working to overturn these oppressive systems here in the United States. I find it funny that you're more upset with Black people for calling out the corruptions and the injustices and the systemic racism. You're more upset at Black people calling that shit out than you are at the systems that oppress all of us. You want to be free from having to hear Black people talk about racism and the injustices? Get to work in trying to change it. If you're not doing that, you're just making noise. You want to be free from hearing Black people complain about the oppressive systems here in the United States? You want to be free from hearing them complain? Then get to work. Until then, Black people will continue to hold you accountable.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World and Tabitha Speaks. And I agree wholeheartedly. Please make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. And if you're hearing this, if you're not hearing this live, please make sure you do the same. Subscribe. Also, share the channel. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross at Stanley Cross 6000, and on we go. I have something that I was actually going to show first, but Tabitha put it so much more succinctly, and I appreciate her. So this is another content creator that's using clips of an old James Baldwin kind of a press conference thing here. So let's have a look at it. It's along the same lines.
No matter what they do not know, they wouldn't like to be a Black man in this country. They know that, and they shut their minds against the rest of it, all the implications of being a Black father or a Black woman or a Black son.
Tonight, North Richland Hills police identified the man they say shot and killed his Uber driver. That was him. Police say 30-year-old Kane Roden was drunk when officers found him early yesterday morning. He's accused of murdering a man loved ones described as a husband, father, and a father figure to many.
The victim, again, described as a strong, caring, hardworking individual. I'm told he's been driving for Uber for quite some time. Before that, he was a taxi driver.
The great question in the country has been all the years that I've been living here, and I was born here 43 years ago. is what does the Negro want? And this question masks a terrible knowledge. I want exactly what you want. And you know what you want. I want to be left alone.
A widow and her child heartbroken and hoping for justice. Her husband, 60-year-old Tiharu Diallo, a rideshare driver, was shot and killed by his passenger, according to North Richland Hills police.
No, we're talking about the life and death of this country. And one of the things, I'm not joking when I talk about White History Week. One of the things that most afflicts this country is that white people don't know who they are, where they come from. And that's why you think I'm a problem. But I am not the problem. Your history is. And as long as you pretend you don't know your history, you're going to be the prisoner of it. And there's no question you're liberating me, because you can't liberate yourselves. We're in this together.
Diallo just recently became a father a few years ago, but his family says he's a known father figure to many.
He's seen me through different phases of my life. And you know, it's hard to process that he's not going to be there to experience all the other parts of my life.
They wouldn't like to be a black man in this country. They know that, and they shut their minds against the rest of it.
I saw a man come from around the passenger side, around the back of the car, and I saw him shoot. 2 hands. Looked almost like the stance. And I saw him shoot, heard it, saw the flash, and I ran away.
As quote-unquote black fatigue becomes a lightning rod in popular discourse, I only thought it prudent to document the story of Tiharu Diallo. This story is emblematic of how complex America is. When Tiharu Diallo signed up to be an Uber driver, his ultimate goal was to provide for his family. It's unfair to attribute this sole encounter strictly to racial malice, the way that other popular events are. But when James Baldwin simply says, "We as black people want to be left alone," he is speaking to the simple premise that all people, but especially black people, immigrants as well as ADOS black Americans, are looking for safety and dignity. The quest for these two precious ideas, spoken about decades ago by James Baldwin, continue to be searched for today.
I went to France in 1948, when I was quite young. I went there with $40, no French, no one-way ticket. Or in other words, I was getting out of here. I didn't so much go to Paris as leave New York. And the reason I left New York was because I knew that one fine Tuesday, somebody's going to call me nigger just once too often, and somebody was going to die. And I didn't care which one of us it was. So I split. I didn't know what was going to happen to me in Paris, but I knew what was going to happen to me here.
Police say the rideshare passenger was 30-year-old Kane Roden, who now faces a murder charge. Roden was highly intoxicated, according to officers, and a firearm was found next to him when he was arrested. A motive is still being investigated. For Diallo's loved ones, they know the 60-year-old was killed on the job, trying to provide a living for his family.
All he do is just to go work, take care of his family, somebody that we will miss, but we will never forget him.
But I think that whenever a black person tries to tell the truth about a situation to white people, to people who think they're white, because white is a state of mind. It's even a moral choice. Every time, if my testimony is true, my testimony is a black citizen of this country or a black would-be citizen of this country, and my testimony is true, then the American myth is a lie. And when this collision happens, I'm accused of being prejudiced against white people. I have better sense and don't have that much time. I don't have some white person locked up in my skull, walking around me every day and every hour. White people have a black person locked up in their skulls. And that's why they treat black people the way they do.
Roden, the suspect, remains in the Tarrant County Jail this evening. Again, he is charged with murder. In addition to murder, he is also being held on 2 outstanding charges from a different law enforcement agency here in North Texas. That includes a violence against family charge and also violating bond and protective order charge. Roden does have a criminal history, according to public records. Some previous charges include aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and terroristic threat of a family household.
I want to be left alone. I don't want any of the things that people accuse Negroes of wanting. And I don't hate you. I simply want to be able to raise my children in peace and arrive at my own maturity in my own way, in peace. I don't want to be defined by you. I think that you and I might learn a great deal from each other. If you can overcome the curtain of my color, the curtain of my color is what you use to avoid facing the facts of our common history, the facts of American life. It is easy to call me a Negro or a nigger or a promising black man, but in fact, I'm a man like you. I want to live like you. This country is mine too. I paid as much for it as you. White means that you are European still. And black means that I'm African. And we both know, we've both been here too long. You can't go back to Ireland or Poland or England, and I can't go back to Africa. And we will live here together, or we'll die here together. And it's not I am telling you, time is telling you. You will listen or you will perish.
What many people new to the racial dynamic in America do is oversimplify it. If only the quote-unquote degenerate black underclass would just behave better, everything would be okay. But America's short history is violent and full of mass shootings, mob violence, disparities in administration of justice, and even public celebrations of death. This is the common history that many tell others to get over, even though this history lives on in black and white people's shared blood and our shared last names. There's only one way to solve this complex problem, but it's not an easy fix.
How much change do you see since the fire next time? What are the true issues before American civil rights leaders today? Are any false? So on.
What I would like to do, what I would really like to do, is an idea which maybe we can take hold of in this room. I want to establish modest proposal, White History Week. But the answer to these questions is not to be found in me, but in that history which produces these questions. It's late in the day to be talking about race relations. What are you talking about? And if as long as we have race relations, how can they deteriorate or improve? I am not a race, and neither are you. No, we're talking about the life and death of this country. And one of the things, I'm not joking when I talk about White History Week. One of the things which most afflicts this country is that white people don't know who they are or where they come from. And that's why you think I'm a problem. But I am not the problem. Your history is. And as long as you pretend you don't know your history, you're going to be the prisoner of it. And there's no question you're liberating me, because you can't liberate yourselves. We're in this together. And finally, when white people, quote unquote white people, talk about progress in relationship to black people, all they are saying and all they can possibly mean by the word progress is how quickly and how thoroughly I become white. I don't want to become white. I want to grow up, and so should you. Thank you.
There will always be attention given to the lightning rod takes that point the finger at black people, and black men in particular, for America's ills. They will use stats like arrest or crime per capita to buoy such claims. To that I would reply, how did Cain Roden, who had multiple outstanding warrants, not only have his freedom when he committed his crime, but he was not even on house arrest to where he had the ability to drink? These disparities are often left out of oversimplified conversations on race in America. But the bigger problem is, I ask my white brothers and sisters, will blaming Black people make our society safer? After all, America created American descendants of slaves. Our culture, language, religion, and even our fates are intertwined. As Jimmy Baldwin warned us decades ago, we share a common fate. This Black fatigue can resurface in a way that none of us will be able to control or escape, no matter the class or wealth that any of us have obtained as Black people. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, comment below. I'll catch you in the next video. Take care, guys.
Oops. Yep. I also want to add that the way American history and race relations and all that stuff works, it hurts everybody. I think that we're all kind of in the same boat. Racism hurts white people too. If the Be Braves of the world haven't figured that part out. So I'm going to move on. Got a bunch of news stories and commentary and, some other stuff to get through. This won't be that long a show, I think, because I do have a doctor's appointment later on in the morning. So let us sally forth. First story. Apparently the first group of white South Africans lands in U.S. under Trump's refugee plan. And we knew it was coming, and it is here. So this is from Ground News. It says here, President Trump is welcoming a small group of white South Africans as refugees, saying they face discrimination and violence at home, which South Africa's government denies. South African President Ramaphosa said he told Trump that claims of whites being victims are false as efforts aim to right historical wrongs of colonialism and apartheid. First group of 49 white South African refugees granted status by Trump's administration is traveling to the U.S. amid tensions over Trump's claims of white farmers facing genocide. So this is actually an interesting article here that I actually kind of want to read. It says here, Trump is doing a terrific job of pissing off religious groups. So gotta read that one. What is Trump doing to piss off religious people? Let's see. It says here, turns out a lot of religious groups aren't all that interested in President Donald Trump's plan to create a white ethno-state by barring certain refugees from entering the country. Trump signed an executive order banning refugees on day one, but now he's created what is basically an affirmative action program for white South Africans, opening U.S. doors for them and only them. Now the ostensibly oppressed Afrikaners have landed in Washington, D.C., a mere 3 months after Trump decided they're the most persecuted people on earth. It's also so venal that the Episcopal Church just announced that it will no longer work with the federal government on refugee resettlement after having helped more than 100,000 people. In the announcement, the presiding bishop said that the church's steadfast commitment to racial justice and reconciliation and our historic ties with the Anglican Church of Southern Africa. About those historic ties. Excuse me, 1 minute. Sorry about that. Had a timer go off. About those historic ties, the Episcopal Church is part of the worldwide Anglican community, which also happens to include the late Desmond Tutu's Anglican Church of Southern Africa. So it's clear that they were never going to be down with the idea that only white South Africans have been persecuted. Surely the Trump administration will try to dismiss this sneering about how woke Episcopalians are, but it's not just the woke Christians who were furious. A significant portion of immigration and refugee resettlement work is handled through a public-private partnership among 10 organizations, 7 of which are religious. So when the Trump administration slammed the door on refugee resettlement, he also yanked funding for this work, including the services already rendered. That's why the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, which isn't exactly known as a hotbed of liberalism, sued the Trump administration in February for refusing to reimburse the $13 million it had already spent. 3 other religious groups sued separately, saying that Trump's refugee ban was implemented without the required rulemaking procedure and violated the due process of refugees who had already completed the years-long admissions process. Excuse me. USCCB's lawsuit was heard by Trevor McFadden, the conservative Trump judge who ruled against them, meaning that their contracts with the federal government remain canceled and they're still out $13 million. They've appealed the decision, but they're also quitting the Refugee Resettlement Partnership, since a public-private partnership doesn't really work when you remove the public funding. Vice President J.D. Vance, who was shamed by the late Pope Francis over the Trump administration's mistreatment of immigrants, speculated that Catholic bishops are only upset because resettlement is a big-time moneymaker for the church. He whined that as a devout Catholic, he hoped the church would do better. He's a convert. All converts are devout. While Vance makes it sound like Catholic bishops decided to get mad out of nowhere, USCCB has helped resettle more than 930,000 refugees since 1980. It's likely inconceivable to Vance that religious people might actually be motivated by good things rather than abject cruelty. So it's no wonder he's confused about what it means to be a devout Catholic. Additionally, resettling refugees is not the ticket to riches Vance imagines it to be, with bishops explaining that the funds provided by the government do not even fully cover the costs of resettlement. Even evangelical Christians are not happy with resettlement being limited to white South Africans. World Relief, a Christian humanitarian organization, said that it would be serving a small number of those arrivals, but wants to resume resettlement for a broad swath of people. Recent polling also shows that evangelicals broadly support immigration efforts like refugee resettlement. But while the Trump administration pretends that white South African refugees are uniquely at risk, it's given away the reason why these particular refugees are so desirable. One of the criteria is making sure they can be assimilated easily into our country, a top Trump official said when asked why other refugees, such as Afghans, are being denied. That certainly clears it up. You'd think the United States already has enough homegrown white supremacists that we wouldn't need to import them from overseas, but apparently there can never be too many. If the federal government loses support from religious groups along the way, well, that's just the art of the deal. To be honest, that second to or third to last paragraph echoes a lady named Amy Wax, who basically has been for years claiming that the United States should prefer refugees that are Northern European or apparently Northern European in their history, because they're easily assimilated into, quote, bourgeois culture. So good to know that Amy Wax is finally kind of getting her way. Let's see. And next is just a little bit of commentary along the South African immigration deal from a favorite of mine, a new favorite of mine. Certainly not a favorite among some of the usual customers of this show. But let's hear what he has to say.
Folks, Donald Trump has once again made his racial priorities very clear. He's calling accountability persecution. He's literally importing white South Africans who built wealth on stolen black land, while at the same time turning away black and brown refugees who are fleeing war, famine, and tyranny. In January 2025, Trump signed Executive Order 14163, an order that shut down America's refugee program under the justification of national interests. The language of the order claimed the United States couldn't absorb more migrants, and it cites overburdened cities like New York and Denver and Springfield. It emphasized assimilation, public safety, national security, and preserving taxpayer resources. It even promised states and localities more input on who get to resettle within their borders. But buried inside that executive order was a loophole. The Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security could still make exceptions if they deem the case to be in the national interest. Now, guess who doesn't qualify? You got it, black and brown people. But guess who does qualify? You got it again, white South Africans. Because just months later, under that loophole, Trump is now allowing dozens of white Afrikaners, descendants of colonizers and apartheid enforcers and enslavers, he's allowing them to resettle in America. These refugees, or so-called refugees, claim they are being persecuted in South Africa. But let's be clear here. They're not really dealing with persecution. What they're dealing with is justice and the black backlash from centuries of white domination. Meanwhile, actual victims, black refugees from Haiti and Sudan and the Congo and beyond, are being denied safety. And they're dealing with real persecution. And these folks who are being denied, these black and brown people, they didn't steal land from anyone. They didn't colonize or enslave anyone, yet they're being excluded. This is not a fair and just refugee policy. This is white racial protectionism and good old-fashioned white privilege. And it's a mockery of our justice system. And for us African Americans, it is a direct insult. So let me talk about it. First, the policy is filled with hypocrisy. Trump's order suspended refugee admissions from Haiti, Sudan, Afghanistan, and several other predominantly black and brown countries. But when white South Africans claimed that they were victims of racial injustice in post-apartheid South Africa, Trump made an exception. This administration, under the same order, gave those so-called refugees refugee status. No refugee program for actual war victims. No refugee program for those who are literally running for their lives, having done no one any wrong. But a side door opens for the descendants of the colonizers. You see, this isn't about persecution. This is about protecting whiteness. And for African Americans, this is a mockery. It's a slap in the face. Trump isn't simply making exceptions, he's sending a message that whiteness deserves protection while black lives don't. He is mocking the descendants of enslaved Africans, us, by importing the descendants of slave holders. And all the time, that's being funded by the very nation that enslaved our ancestors. Second, South Africa has a very deep history of black oppression. That apparently doesn't matter to Trump. So let's be clear on who these refugees really are. These are white South African Afrikaners who are also descendants of Dutch and British colonizers. In 1652, the Dutch East India Company established a supply post at the Cape of Good Hope. It wasn't a company intent on good faith business trade. No, it came for conquest and to conquer black Africans. Within decades, these same Dutch people began to seize land from the indigenous black African people. And when the black Africans resisted, the Dutch massacred and slaughtered them with their high-powered guns. In 1806, the British took control of the Cape Colony and expanded white settlement even further, and displacement of African communities intensified. By the 1800s, early 1900s, black South Africans were driven completely off their land. And to keep the stolen land, these European settlers passed laws restricting African land ownership. For example, the 1913 Natives Land Act reserved, now listen to this, 87% of land for whites only, leaving only 13% for the black majority. Then in 1948, apartheid became official. It became the official state policy. It was a brutal and murderous racist system that put the nail in the coffin for black South Africans, literally, politically, economically, socially, and figuratively. Under apartheid, now watch this, black South Africans couldn't vote. They had to carry a passbook. In other words, they had to be able to identify themselves. We African Americans know a thing or two about that because our enslaved ancestors had to do the very same thing. They were very violently policed and forcibly removed from white areas. The white Afrikaner-led government ran basically a full-blown racial dictatorship. And even after apartheid, white South Africans still controlled over 70% of South Africans' farmland and a majority of the nation's wealth. So that's what this is all about. They're trying to get, the black South Africans are trying to get their land back that was stolen from them. And now these white Afrikaners, they come here claiming they're the victims. And Trump agrees. And Trump also rejects real victims who are black refugees, again, running for their lives. White Afrikaners get protection. Black refugees from Haiti, Sudan, and Nigeria are blocked. Yes, these people are literally fleeing war, famine, political instability, unlike those white South Africans who are simply experiencing the black backlash from a majority black population who are trying to get their land back that was stolen from them. But Trump's administration slammed the door in the faces of these black refugees who come here who are really seriously victim. Now, here's the truth. Trump's refugee policy isn't about white safety or creating a safe environment for whites who are being victimized or persecuted. No, it's about race. In case you don't believe me, let's briefly look at Trump's anti-black record here at home. Let's run the receipts. So in his first term, Trump gutted federal oversight of police departments. As important as that is, He also banned federal diversity training. Now, this is his first administration. He allegedly called black majority cities rat infested. He allegedly labeled peaceful black protesters thugs. Yet he praised Confederate symbols and defenders. Now, in his second term, and that's a short list for the first term, in his second term, that is the last 3 to 4 months, he has abolished the DEI offices in all federal agencies. He has abolished civil rights offices in nearly all federal agencies. He signed an executive order banning critical race theory in school, although it's not taught in school, and just released an executive order that will militarize and unleash the police, very likely in our community. He's erasing black history. He's firing black achievers like 4-star General Charles Brown, like the former Library of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden, and for no reason. And now he brings in white South Africans under the false banner of racial persecution. Folks, this is a very short list of the anti-blackness that we have dealt with Donald Trump. It's all one strategy to protect whiteness and to punish blackness. What's the message that he's sending to us, African Americans? It's really clear. It's an old saying. If you're black, get back. If you're white, you're all right. He's telling us African Americans that our history doesn't matter. Our suffering doesn't count. And our existence, our identity is disposable. So he's using refugee policies to reinforce a global white alliance while treating African Americans like a political inconvenience. What do you call this? Institutionalized white supremacy. And just imagine, some blacks voted for Trump or deceived other blacks to vote for Trump. And now these black Trump supporters are trying to defend their vote, or they're now trying to act pro-black. So where do we go from here? We must do what we've always had to do when faced with white supremacy. We got to fight. We got to speak up. We got to tell the truth. We got to expose this crap. We got to organize. We got to mobilize. And we got to get off the couch and go vote. And we won't let a man who has shown blatant racism, we won't let him silence the suffering of black people, whether they come from Haiti, Nigeria, or South Africa. We see the game and we reject it. Those white South Africans should not be allowed to come here as if they are the victims. Because the truth of the matter is, they are the perpetrators of white supremacy and the descendants of white colonizers and the apartheid regime that held black Africans back for centuries. I am Reverend and Civil Rights Attorney Augustus Corbett. Thank you for watching this video, and stay woke.
Because words, phrases.
Oops, we've already watched Tabitha. So I don't know. I think there are, a couple things I kind of disagree with. I don't think this is actually that much about Black people in America. I'm basically of the mind, let Trump be Trump. And then, we basically complain about it at the ballot box come 2026 and 2028. I don't know enough about, recent South African history to really say whether they were oppressed or not. What I can say is it's really a bad look. Um, After basically saying he's not going to bring in new refugees. And oddly enough, there are a lot of MAGA people that don't necessarily agree with bringing in these refugees. So, it's kind of a mixed result, even in the MAGA part of the Republican Party. So we'll see how it goes. But I do appreciate the commentary. Let's see, what do we have here? We'll take a quick look in the chat before we move on. Let's see. Dave says he likes to be disliked, never mind nuance. Well, yeah, I agree with that. Trump, as a matter of fact, you energize Trump when you criticize him. And you would think after all these years, his quote, the MAGA resistance would have realized this by now. All publicity is good for Trump. Let's see. Trump has been shot, has 3 baby mamas, and well over 30 felonies. He's more black than Kamala. Buckbreaker, that's just simply dumb. If he were black, he'd be in jail. Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah. Kabuta, bringing up Democrats is weak sauce. Do better. Let's see. How are they perpetuators while the government of South Africa is majority black? No idea what that question means. How or what? Who perpetuators? Have no idea what that means. Let's see. Good morning. Yep. How you doing, Kubota? Let's see. Then South Afrikaners are light years ahead of the rest of the continent. No idea what that means, Dave. If they were light years ahead, you mean they're light years ahead and coming to America or being refugees? Not sure what you mean there. So anyway, we'll go ahead and move on. This next story is actually good news. Well, Broke Genius, I'm open to ideas. I think that I'm one of these people who actually thinks voting is effective. A lot of younger black people and a lot of young people in general disagree with that, and that's fine. So good news. The last living American hostage, is it Eden or Eden? I don't know. Eden Alexander, released by Hamas after more than 580 days in captivity. So that is good news. And I got a couple videos here. This story is from Fox News. It reads, Hamas released its last living American hostage Monday after he spent more than 580 days in captivity inside the Gaza Strip. Eden Alexander, a 21-year-old dual U.S.-Israeli citizen, was received by a specialized Israel Defense Forces unit and was brought to an initial reception facility in Rechem, where he was scheduled to go undergo preliminary medical and psychological evaluation by Israeli Defense Forces Medical Corps personnel. An Israeli official told Fox News, "This is a very emotional moment. Eden Alexander was returned home. We embrace him and we embrace his family," Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement. "This was achieved thanks to our military pressure and the diplomatic pressure applied by President Trump. That combination is a winning formula." Sure it is. This is a picture of him with a message to President Trump. Can't tell. Looks like he's on a plane, on a C-130 or bus, maybe. Looks like it's some sort of plane. President Donald Trump, following Alexander's release, wrote on Truth Social, "Congratulations to his wonderful parents, family, and friends. The Al-Qassam brigades have just released the Israeli soldier holding American citizenship." Oh, so he was an Israeli soldier. holding American citizenship, Eden Alexander, following communications with the U.S. administration, Hamas said in a statement. This comes as part of the mediators' efforts to reach a ceasefire, open the border crossings, and allow entry of aid and relief for our people in the Gaza Strip. In an update, the IDF said Alexander, accompanied by members of his family, was making his way onto an Israeli Air Force helicopter to a hospital before he was united with other members of his family and will receive medical treatment. Another picture of his family there, his mother. Let's see, an image posted by White House shows Alexander in the aircraft holding a handwritten note reading, "Thank you, President Trump." Following his release, Yale Alexander, his mother, spoke with her son over a phone handed to her by Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East. Oh, let's play this video. Volume is up. I don't know why the volume's not playing. It is on. All right, well, there's no audio here, just video. So that's his mother speaking to him. Eden, Eden, you're out, my love. You are safe. That's it. It's over now, his elated mother said. I'm here waiting for you. They just released a photo of you. You look unbelievable, she said. Wow, you look beautiful. I love you so much. I love you, and I'm going to see you. So here's a series of photographs of his family. Must be him hugging his mother, brother maybe. So these are pictures. That's him with the IDF. Looks like an IDF general or something. So let's see what else. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Monday that Trump is fighting to secure the release of every American detained abroad, and we won't stop until this conflict is over and all our hostages are home. As news spread of his release, a crowd that gathered in Alexander's hometown of Tenafly, New Jersey, erupted in applause. Sue Gelsey, the interim CEO of the Kaplan JCC on the Palisades, told Fox News an estimated 3,000 people had gathered in hometown Tenafly, some arriving as early as 5 a.m. Trump, who was slated to depart Washington, D.C. on Monday for visits to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, said prior to Alexander's release that it was great news. Let's see. Netanyahu held a meeting on Monday with Trump's special envoy in the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Netanyahu then called Trump today and thanked him for his assistance in securing Alexander's freedom. Alexander's family will await him at the Riem facility, accompanied by their assigned officer from the missing persons and hostages headquarters. After the initial reunion, Eden and his family will be airlifted to Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv for continued care, the official also told Fox News. As an IDF soldier, Alexander will be provided with a comprehensive support framework, including medical, psychological, and logistical assistance facilitated by military professionals. Hamas first claimed on Sunday that it would release Alexander. Alexander's mother, Yael, said on Thursday that she was feeling such sadness and agony not knowing what the fate of your son is. That she, I guess, was feeling that. Not been able to sleep. I'm stuck in October 7th, even though it's been 580 days. I used to enjoy Mother's Day so much. We would all go to the city to a special restaurant, and I insisted the kids write me letters on this day. I've not been able to celebrate anything since this nightmare began. So congratulations on being back home, Eden Alexander. What's up, Bobby? How you been? Where have you been, man? Good to see you in the chat. So we'll move on from that. Good news. The next story is near and dear to my heart. President Trump signs executive order for more homeless veteran housing at West Los Angeles, I guess, VA, Veterans Administration campus. Let's see. This story reads, President Donald Trump on Friday signed an executive order aimed at turning the West Los Angeles Veterans Affairs Medical Campus into the nation's largest center for homeless veteran care. The order directs the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish the center as the National Center for Warrior Independence, which will offer homeless veterans the chance to seek and receive care, benefits, and a range of services, including substance abuse treatment and support for productive work. Funds previously spent on housing or other services for illegal aliens will be redirected to construct, establish, and maintain this center, said a release from the White House. By 2028, they hope to house up to 6,000 homeless veterans at the center. The order further instructs the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to restore accountability at the Department of Veterans Affairs by taking action against individuals who have committed misconduct, as well as investigating the previous administration's decision to rehire and reinstate back pay for employees previously fired for misconduct. Don't know what that's all about. President Trump strongly believes that every veteran deserves our gratitude and that the federal government should treat veterans like the heroes they are, said the White House's statement. Currently, the VA and veterans are in the midst of a legal battle over whether the campus be cleared of non-veteran tenants and used to build housing for the homeless. The VA has appealed a ruling made in 2024 that it must build nearly 2,000 permanent housing units on the campus for disabled and homeless veterans. After decades of mismanagement, VA has been leasing parts of its 380-acre West Los Angeles VA Medical Center campus to a wealthy and exclusive private school and the University of California, Los Angeles baseball team, said a statement from the VA. Today's executive order will enable us to ensure VA's West Los Angeles campus is being used as intended to benefit veterans. Our goal is to turn the campus into a beacon of hope and a destination for homeless veterans from across the nation who can travel there to find housing and support and start their journey back to self-sufficiency. So, I would call that a positive move. Good to know that the Trump administration is capable of helping citizens. So, let's see. This this is a little bit concerning. Republicans, I'm assuming they mean Republicans in the House, unveil Medicaid portion of Trump tax bill. It says here, House Republicans unveiled a Medicaid-focused section of President Trump's bill on Sunday, aiming for $880 billion in cuts, mostly to Medicaid, to cover expiring tax breaks. The bill follows earlier Republican efforts to repeal Obamacare in 2017 and has triggered the largest healthcare fight since then amid pressure to find savings. Key provisions include requiring able-bodied Medicaid recipients aged 19 to 64 without dependents to complete 80 hours a month of community engagement and more frequent eligibility checks. A nonpartisan CBO found the proposals would reduce coverage for 8.6 million people over 10 years while lowering the deficit by $912 billion, with Republicans citing waste reduction and Democrats warning of coverage losses. If enacted, the bill could significantly change Medicaid access nationwide, potentially cutting benefits, increasing recipient costs, and deepening partisan divisions over healthcare policy. Very interesting. Not sure how Not sure how this is going to be taken. And then it, still needs to make it through the Senate, which for this kind of bill, you would need 60 votes in the Senate. So onward and upward. Yeah, you did, Fred. I played it at the very beginning of the show. It was actually really good. It was very effective and evocative. Who knows? I might play it again tomorrow. But if you go back to the beginning of the show, you'll see. I played a couple videos at the very beginning. So this next story is covering the plane. So Trump pressed on Qatari jet, and I'll just go ahead and play this. It's a short read.
Trump pressed on Qatari jet, says only stupid people reject gifts. This article is by Maggie Haberman and read by an automated voice. President Trump angrily brushed off ethical concerns about accepting a $400 million luxury jet from Qatar to be used as a new Air Force One, saying only someone stupid would turn down such an offer. Mr. Trump said that the gift from Qatar will be to the U.S. Department of Defense and not him personally, and he said he would not use it after he left office. The plane is to be decommissioned from military use and then turned over to his eventual presidential library, Mr. Trump said. I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much, Mr. Trump said. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. Qatari officials say the plan for Mr. Trump to accept the plane for use while he is in office is not finalized. Some senior U.S. officials, however, have said that the White House counsel and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, have already signed off. Ms. Bondi has previously worked as a lobbyist, with Qatar as one of her clients. In 2017, Mr. Trump called Qatar a sponsor of terrorism and voiced support for a Saudi-led regional economic and diplomatic blockade of the nation, an important military outpost for the United States in the Middle East. That blockade ended just as Mr. Trump left office in January 2021. On Monday, Mr. Trump grew angry at the questions of an ethical quagmire, including whether Qatar expected anything in exchange for the donation of the jetliner, which he said would be to the Defense Department and not to him personally. Democrats and government watchdogs have suggested the donation would violate the emoluments clause of the Constitution, prohibiting gifts from foreign governments to public office holders, and create an incentive structure for Mr. Trump regarding Qatar. As it is, Mr. Trump's private company has several projects in the region, including a planned golf course in Qatar. You should be embarrassed asking that question, Mr. Trump told an ABC News reporter who pressed him on the issue. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or $400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. He then invoked a golf analogy involving the golfing great Sam Snead about accepting a free putt during a round, suggesting that following rules when one doesn't have to is foolish. Remember that Sam said when they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole, and you say thank you very much, Mr. Trump said. Mr. Trump has repeatedly complained of delays and cost overruns in a contract with Boeing for 2 new presidential jets, and he did so again on Monday. He also said the United States gives free things as well. He added, I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we help to protect Qatar and some of its neighbors in the Middle East. If it wasn't for us, Mr. Trump said, they probably wouldn't exist right now.
One note, giving us the jet doesn't mean we don't have to spend money. It's not a military grade jet. It would have to be refitted. And I read somewhere today that it's not like a quick turnaround. It could take, a year or more to to get the thing up. Air Force One is a military asset, and to get it, quote, militarized, it's a little bit of a process. So even so, it's possible Trump won't get to use the plane much as president. And do you really want a military grade jet given to a presidential library? Then you have to decommission it or de-outfit it. So I'm going to be interested to see if this actually happens. It's a little bit of a logistical nightmare. It might not be the best decision to accept this gift. And Laura Loomer, surprise, surprise, who is about as MAGA as you get. Basically, she's against the idea. This Politico article says Trump feels the heat from MAGA over great gesture of a luxury jet from Qatar. So Laura Loomer, the hard right activist and Trump ally, said, Qatar is not our friend. Laura Loomer has found her next target, acting President Donald Trump's acceptance of a luxury jet from the Qatari royal family. I'm hoping that it's not true, Loomer, who helped instigate the firings of 6 White House national security officials last month, told Politico. If the initial reports are factual, I think it's concerning. Loomer was hardly the only conservative taking issue with the gift, and I don't think she's a conservative. If you're MAGA, you're not a conservative. I don't think it looks good or smells good, said Senator Rand Paul. There's just a lot of foreign policy decisions, and I think people will think that it could possibly sway your decision-making process. That's his message to the president. But Loomer's reasoning for her criticism, Qatar is not our friend, the hard-right activist and Trump ally said, laid bare the reopening of a broader, particularly fraught debate in GOP foreign policy circles about whether the U.S. has gotten too close with Qatar. And some people pronounce it Qatar. I pronounce it Qatar. I don't know why. Particularly since Hamas's October 7, 2023 attack on Israel, many Republicans have questioned the relationship between the U.S. and Qatar, echoing criticism from Israel, which blames officials in the Qatari capital of Doha for diplomatically and financially supporting Hamas in the ongoing war. So it was bound to be explosive when ABC News reported Sunday that Qatar's royal family would make a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet available to Trump as Air Force One, after which it would be donated to his Presidential Library Foundation for his use after leaving office. Qatar has defended its mediation efforts and humanitarian assistance to Gaza, and Qatari officials repeatedly note that both the Biden and Trump administrations asked them to mediate with the group. Mark Levin, a MAGA radio host and a member of Trump's Department of Homeland Security Advisory Board, joined Loomer in criticizing the move, but other usual Qatar critics on the Hill remain quiet, at least for now. Doug Hay, a GOP strategist, said Republicans would have criticized any Democratic move to accept such a significant gift from Qatar. Of course they would. The ethical problems with this are so obvious that even some of the most ardent Trump defenders are saying, wait a sec. Qatari officials have said a final agreement on the plane has not been reached. Asked if she would personally speak to Trump about her concerns, Loomer said, look, I don't tell the president what to do. My posts are pretty viral in their own nature, so I think that the message will probably get to him. I know that I'm not the only person who is a diehard Trump supporter who is concerned about whether or not this report is true. Loomer said, I want to be clear in saying that I am eager to see what the president and his team at the White House are going to say about this. Didn't take long for Trump to address the issue, and in starkly different terms than Loomer On Monday, while attacking ABC as fake news in a press conference, he defended the idea of accepting such a gift from Qatar. As you heard earlier, Trump says, "I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of offer." He also blamed the American-owned defense contractor Boeing, which he said has taken too long to build a new Air Force One, as a reason for accepting the jet. They said, "We would like to do something, and if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use." Trump said, "We give free things out. We'll take one too." Yeah, that's your president, folks. Let's see. Anything else interesting in here? I think we pretty much get the gist here. So I'd be interested to know what folks in the chat think about this. I think it's a bad look. In considering it's it's something that you can't immediately use. You know, I'd probably say thanks, but no thanks. As a matter of fact, I would have never let it hit the press. And maybe he couldn't control, maybe it came from Qatar, but this should never have hit the press, because now if he rejects it, says no thanks, that's going to be a bit of a problem too. Not a very smart guy, this Trump character. But, again, it might have been beyond his control. So I'll at least give him that much credit or that much grace. Let's see. Next story. U.S. needs more air traffic controllers. These graduating students just got fast tracked to enter the job market quicker. This was an interesting story, considering, Trump's remarks back at the a couple months ago after the Reagan National helicopter plane accident. Apparently, I don't know if folks have been keeping up with the issues that the Newark, New Jersey airport, I forget what it's called. They've been having these really massive equipment failures, and some of their air traffic controllers are really stressed out and having to take time off from work. So apparently there's a major problem with our air traffic control system from a personnel standpoint and obviously from an equipment standpoint. So I'll read some of the story. It's titled, "The U.S. needs more air traffic controllers. These graduating students just got fast-tracked to enter the job market quicker." And when I say enter the job market, they don't go directly, on their own dealing with this stuff. There's a long apprenticeship, apparently. Apparently, it's a really stressful and complicated job. So the United States aviation industry continues to grapple with the worst air traffic controller shortage in nearly 30 years, as a recent spate of incidents has thrust the high-stress profession into the spotlight. Now, a federal collegiate training program is aiming to fill vacancies at U.S. air traffic control towers faster with fresh out of college recruits. The FAA has partnered with 5 schools, including Tulsa Community College in Oklahoma, on these enhanced programs. 2 Tulsa Community College students, Tiana Murphy and Rebecca Nobles, are set to graduate from the FAA's Enhanced Air Traffic Collegiate Training Initiative program on Monday. It offers FAA Academy equivalent air traffic control training, according to the FAA. The program is available at the college as well as the University of North Dakota, University of Oklahoma, the Vaughn College of Aeronautics and Technology in New York State, and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Florida. Murphy and Nobles told CNN their interest in air traffic control developed through conversations with family members in the field. Noble's aunt and Murphy's parents. Apparently, they're air traffic controllers. But recent college graduates looking to join the field will enter a chaotic landscape of antiquated and failing air traffic control technology. A decades-long issue the Department of Transportation announced last week it would address with a new system by 2028. New Jersey's Newark Liberty International Airport has faced persistent air traffic control issues that have caused travel woes. On Sunday, the Federal Aviation Administration issued a brief 45-minute ground stop after an equipment outage. This comes after controllers' radar screens briefly went black for about 90 seconds on Friday. Oh, my Lord. These air traffic control communications issues have led to hundreds of flight delays lasting more than a week and prompted some controllers to take trauma leave. Oh my God, you can take trauma leave? Meanwhile, the ongoing shortage of more than 3,000 air traffic controllers has highlighted the urgent need of staffing. But the jobs aren't easy to fill and have specific requirements, including being younger than 31 years old in order to work 20 to 25 years before a mandatory retirement at 56, being mentally and physically fit, and successfully completing a rigorous training, according to the FAA. And it takes up to 3 years of on-the-job experience to become a certified professional controller, the FAA says. So the FAA taps recruits while they're still in college. Nobles, who was from Texas, said learning more about the job from her aunt intrigued her. I realized I could put my characteristics towards air traffic control, she said, describing herself as goal and detail oriented, great at multitasking, and performing well under pressure. And she forgot to mention her humility. Murphy's parents helped her realize how good of a job it is if you can get into it. Murphy, also a Texas native, said growing up on various military bases gave her a unique perspective that has shaped her identity. As the oldest of 7 children, she says she's motivated to make her family proud. Academically, I was never a naturally strong student, but coming to Tulsa Community College and fully immersing myself in air traffic control has ignited a real passion in me. My professors have played a crucial role in my success, guiding me and challenging me to grow in ways I never expected. Their Air Traffic Collegiate Training Initiative program is a non-funded partnership between the FAA and selected colleges, according to the program's website. Participating schools offer 2- and 4-year non-engineering aviation degree programs. Interesting. During which students learn basic air traffic control and aviation administration skills. The program's goal is to provide qualified candidates for developmental air traffic control specialist positions, the FAA says. Its graduates are eligible to bypass the first 5 weeks of the FAA Academy's initial qualification training in Oklahoma City. Graduates of the enhanced program will be directly placed at a facility for localized training if they're hired as air traffic control specialists. When they leave, they do not go to a facility and start directing airplanes on their own, Terry Daniel, the air traffic control program coordinator at Tulsa Community College, told CNN. They go in and there's an experienced controller that is plugged in next to them, and they will not be on their own for 1 year to 18 months, Daniel said. Graduates of the enhanced program must still pass an air traffic skills assessment and meet security and medical requirements, according to the FAA. So let's see. It's an interesting program. If anybody wants this article, let me know. I'll drop it into the chat. SKC, what infrastructure bill? There's an infrastructure bill? Let's see. I wouldn't take it, but I like expensive airplanes. Okay. Can AI do air traffic control? Let me ask you a question, Daniel. Would you actually trust? I'm not sure, and maybe it's just my age, but I'm not sure I could do like AI controlled cars. I need a dryer. I need a driver, like a human driver in my car if it's not me. And I don't know that I would want to trust AI to do air traffic control. Part of the problem is that a lot of times, um, you know, well, I would think we're not ready for AI taking over air traffic control. I'll put it to you that way. Don't break what's not broken. Um, Not sure what you mean by the infrastructure bill, SKC. Can you elaborate? So you want a cyborg air traffic controller? No, I want a human. I want a human air traffic controller who is not fatigued or stressed out and who isn't working like double shifts. That's what I want. And frankly, I'm not sure that I even want airports open at night. They should all close at sundown. All right. Well, we are going to move on to a bunch of commentary. And if there's time, I'll go back and kind of look at any breaking news. We'll go and see if there's anything interesting. These were just stories that I picked out um, late last night to go over. So let us go. This is actually an interesting commentary here. It's called RIP American Innovation. And I didn't read the article. And just a note, I don't always, almost never do I actually pre-watch or pre-read these stories. I literally just go by, if it sounds interesting. And while I'm thinking about it, everybody who's in the chats, please make sure you hit the like button. We've really had a, light on likes compared to the number of people who actually, view the show. So do your due diligence. It's free. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I do have some video essays that will be coming out. Also, make sure you support the show through your host, me. It's Tuesday, so I'm looking forward to the weekend. So the Rice Brewed Bud Light is calling me for this weekend. Also, make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J, who is largely the brains behind bringing you Stanley versus the World. And she should be rewarded for the benefits that I bring you. So with that housekeeping done, let's go back right quick. Let's see. Biden's $1 trillion infrastructure bill was supposed to address air traffic control updates. Bill was passed in 2021. What happened to the money? I don't know. Why don't you ask Trump to launch an investigation? SKC Plotagon was horrible. I'm looking for something more drag and drop or at least more control. What is that? I don't even know what Plotagon is. So that must be something that's non-show related. So anyway, this essay is called RIP American Innovation.
This opinion piece was written by Beena Venkataraman, RIP American Innovation. It's fun to be from the most inventive country on earth. Even when Team USA fails to medal in table tennis at the Olympics, even when the US president starts a war based on fabricated weapons of mass destruction or raises tariffs on champagne, an American traveling abroad can still take pride in being from the nation that spawned the internet and GPS, and has the most Nobel laureates curing deadly diseases, making intelligent machines and shedding light on the dark secrets of the universe. But alas, Even this trustworthy badge of honor is fraying and might fall apart. Whether they are geeks in garages or eggheads in university labs, American entrepreneurs have built their ideas and fortunes on the back of basic research supported by taxpayers, who then reap the rewards. It's not an accident of geography or artifact of culture that the United States has bred some of the best inventors of the 20th and 21st century. The hidden engine of the country's illustrious track record has been the grants given to academic researchers by federal agencies that the U.S. DOGE service has been decimating, and that President Donald Trump proposes to shrink catastrophically in the next budget. Lithium-ion batteries that power your smartphone and computer, weather forecasts that help you figure out what to wear, wings of airplanes that take you on vacation, and all the messaging you do online can be traced to the symbiosis between research funded by government and private industry, the scaffolding for mind melds of scholars and entrepreneurs. Moderna's multi-billion-dollar coronavirus vaccine that saved millions of lives owes its origins to decades of research on mRNA, viruses, and vaccines that was funded by the National Institutes of Health and the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. Google arose from a National Science Foundation Digital Libraries grant that supported then Stanford University graduate student Larry Page. We have QR codes, barcodes, and MRIs today because of basic research investments in mathematics and physics. That U.S. businesses have led the recent revolution in artificial intelligence is owed to the decades of research supported by the U.S. government in computing, neuroscience, autonomous systems, biology, and beyond, that far precedes those companies' investments. Virtually the entire U.S. biotech industry, which brought us treatments for diabetes, breast cancer, and HIV, has its roots in publicly funded research. Even a small boost to NIH funding has been shown to increase overall patents for biotech and pharmaceutical companies. Don't count on the free market to fix what Trump and DOGE will destroy. Even though U.S. businesses have, over the past 2 decades, significantly increased the amount they invest in research, their projects tend to have a narrower focus and shorter time horizon than what government funds. That's fine for building a slightly better gadget, but not the same as funding a wide range of open-ended questions that can, over time, yield big breakthroughs. Giving out grants for what might look frivolous or wasteful on the surface is a feature, not a bug, of publicly funded research. Consider that Agriculture Department and NIH grants to study chemicals in wild yams led to cortisone and medical steroids becoming widely affordable. Or that knowing more about the fruit fly has aided discoveries related to human aging, Parkinson's disease, and cancer. For obvious reasons, companies don't tend to invest in shared scientific knowledge that then allows lots of innovation to flourish. That would mean spending money on something that does not reap quick rewards just for that particular company. Current business trends are more likely to help kill the U.S. innovation engine. A growing share of the country's research and development is now being carried out by big, old companies, as opposed to startups and universities. And in the process, the U.S. as a whole is spending more on R&D without getting commensurately more economic growth. Companies that already dominate a market, whether that's searching the internet, selling consumer products online, or social networking, are unlikely to create the next breakthrough inventions. Ufuk Akshigit, a professor of economics at the University of Chicago, has shown. Young startup firms will spend money on the most radical and creative research possible to take down the market leaders, he told me. But once a firm grows and ages, its incentive is to stay within the lines to protect its existing products and customers, instead of completely remaking a marketplace. Large corporations, especially in tech, are hiring the country's talented scientists and engineers, offering them handsome salaries they can't get in academia or when starting their own businesses. And when would-be inventors go to leading companies, they are on average less inventive than they would be if they had joined startups or remained at universities that spin off their inventions, with fewer patents to show for it. So why would anyone who benefits from America's innovation engine, in Congress, in the American public, let the Trump administration break it. The glitch is the delay. Most people can't yet see what's being lost. The most profitable companies in the country continue to trade on investments in research made decades ago, while political leaders strip the next generation of the chance to become groundbreaking inventors and innovators. Preventing such entrepreneurs from rising might even protect the big companies' profits. Little wonder, then, that many of the richest men in the world, men who call themselves innovators, have done little to protect the invention engine from Trump's havoc. Or that the richest of them, Elon Musk, has even been an architect of its destruction. Meanwhile, Musk keeps boosting his own companies with public funds, proving that at least his private sector innovation depends on the government he is stripping for parts. Breaking things, as one innovation mantra goes, doesn't have to be bad, but only if there is a vision to replace what is destroyed. No leader slashing the government's science budgets has proposed a replacement model for the engine that has powered U.S. economic growth and earned the admiration of the world. No democratic country has been more inventive than the United States. Rather, in the late 20th century, as the United States invested in knowledge, countries from Brazil to the former Soviet Union invested in roads and buildings, in infrastructure people could see right before their eyes. Those countries' growth stagnated while America's thrived, as U.S. investment built great universities and colleges that became magnets for the world's brightest minds to build their lives, make their discoveries, and start companies in the United States. There is no plainer betrayal of the MAGA promise to restore the nation's storied past than to destroy this legacy of invention. What we're losing is far more important, however, than the pride one felt being part of that America. We're losing the country's future.
All right. Well, this whole thing actually doesn't surprise me. America, for all its scientific and technology achievements, is really anti-intellectual, anti-expert, and MAGA's just kind of turned up the heat on, this. For some reason, these MAGA folks have a problem with people actually knowing shit. Like this talk in the chat about the vaccines. Most of you haven't even had a biology 101 class or a chemistry 101 class. So, why you think I'm going to give much credence to, what you guys think about the vax and effectiveness and all that. Yeah, I'll go trade, barbs back and forth, but I don't take y'all seriously. So, next on the thing up is an essay by my favorite historian, Heather Cox Richardson. And this is about habeas corpus, which I think it's, proposing it as Steve Miller has is literally outlandish. These guys are desperate. And I think it was yesterday, there was a story or comment, an opinion piece that basically said that, whipping out, or proposing habeas corpus, rescinding habeas corpus is literally the Trump administration realizing that it's getting frustrated and is losing this due process fight. Constitution's pretty clear.
May 12th, 2025. By Heather Cox Richardson. The biggest news over the weekend was silence. The silence of Republicans. They refused to disavow White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's statement that the administration is looking at suspending the writ of habeas corpus. That is, essentially declaring martial law. They have also stayed quiet after the administration announced it was planning to accept a gift of a $400 million luxury Boeing 747 to 8 plane from the Qatari royal family. President Donald J. Trump would use the plane as Air Force One during the rest of his presidency and take it with him when he leaves office. This is in keeping with the refusal of 53 Republican senators to answer questions from Rolling Stone's Ryan Bort after NBC's Kristen Welker asked Trump, "Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?" And he answered, "I don't know." Only Senator Rand Paul, Republican Kentucky, went on the record, posting on social media, "Following the Constitution is not a suggestion. It is a guiding force for all of us who work on behalf of the American people." Do you agree? It seems as if Republicans who are not on board the MAGA train are hoping the courts or reality will stop Trump's authoritarian overreach. As Steve Vladeck noted on Friday in One First, there is near universal consensus that only Congress can suspend habeas corpus, and that unilateral suspensions by the president are per se unconstitutional. In addition, Miller's insistence that it would be appropriate to suspend the writ of habeas corpus because the United States is under attack, a position Trump echoed yesterday when he posted, "Our country has been invaded by 21 million illegal aliens, many of whom are murderers and criminals of the highest order," has failed repeatedly in court. Reality will trip up Trump's plan to take possession of the Qatari gift. As David Kurtz noted this morning in Talking Points memo, retrofitting the luxury plane with the defense capabilities and security protections necessary for Air Force One will take years, not months. Air Force One is not a specific airplane. It is the call sign given to any Air Force aircraft carrying the President of the United States. Still, the Republican silence matters. Whether Trump's plans are all possible is not the point. He and the members of his administration are deliberately attacking the fundamental principles of our democratic republic. That lawmakers who swore an oath to uphold those principles are choosing to remain silent makes them complicit in that attack. The framers of the U.S. Constitution recognized that democratic government was a new departure from a world in which the world's monarchs made deals amongst themselves. They placed strong guardrails around the behavior of future chief executives to make sure they would not sell the American people out to foreign leaders. And no person holding any office of profit or trust under the United States shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state, they wrote in the Constitution. An emolument is a payment. Until the Trump administration, the expectation was that presidents would not accept foreign gifts, let alone bribes. As Jonathan Yerushalmi of The Guardian explained today, U.S. law prohibits presidents from accepting gifts worth more than $480. Gifts worth more than that are considered a gift to the American people and are transferred to the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, the same agency that oversees presidential libraries. President George W. Bush gave up a puppy that was a gift from the leader of Bulgaria. When he left office after his first term, experts estimate Trump retained more than $250,000 worth of gifts. Trump loyalist Attorney General Pam Bondi and Trump's top White House lawyer, David Warrington, signed off on Trump's acceptance of the Qatari jet. They concluded it was an acceptable gift because while it will be exclusively for Trump's use, the Flying Palace will be transferred from the Qataris to the U.S. Air Force and then to Trump's presidential library, and that it is not tied to a specific presidential act. In 2019, Bondi was a registered lobbyist for Qatar, earning $115,000 a month. In defending his planned acceptance of the plane, Trump turned the emoluments clause on its head. That, in turn, turned on its head the idea of a democratic republic in which the government rejects the idea of foreign leaders colluding for their own profit and reached back to that world the framers of the U.S. Constitution rejected. He posted, "So the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One, temporarily, in a very public and transparent transaction, so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers. Mega." In The Bulwark, William Crystal observed, "This is the voice of old-world autocracy. Those who care that our Republican government not be dependent on foreign states, that our elected leaders not take favors from foreign princes, they are losers. This is corruption, and not just in the sense that a government official is getting a payoff. It is corruption in the old-fashioned meaning of the term, that the body politic is being corrupted, poisoned, by a sickness that must be cured or it will be fatal. That corruption is the old-world system the framers tried to safeguard against. and it is visible anew in the relationship of the Trumps with Qatar. The Trump family's connections to Qatar are long-standing. In 2022, the chair of the Senate Committee on Finance, Ron Wyden, Democrat, Oregon, and the chair of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, Carolyn B. Maloney, Democrat, New York, wrote to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III, asking for information in their ongoing investigations into whether former senior White House advisor Jared Kushner's financial conflicts of interest may have led him to improperly influence U.S. tax, trade, and national security policies for his own financial gain. Kushner is married to Trump's daughter and was a key presidential advisor in Trump's first term. The letter explained that Qatar had repeatedly refused to bail out the badly leveraged Kushner property at 666 Fifth Avenue, now known as 660 Fifth Avenue, in 2018. But after Kushner talked to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and the two states imposed a blockade on Qatar, Qatar suddenly threw in the necessary cash. Shortly after, the Saudi and UAE governments lifted the blockade, with Kushner taking credit for brokering the agreement. Wyden and Maloney noted that the economic blockade of Qatar may have been used as leverage for the 666 Fifth Avenue bailout and was not supported by other officials, including the Secretaries of State and Defense. They warned that Kushner may have prioritized his own financial interests over the national interest. The pursuit of personal financial gain should not dictate U.S. tax, trade, and national security policies. In this administration, the corruption is even more direct. On May 1, 2025, the Trump Organization cut a deal with Qatari Diar, a company established by Qatar's sovereign wealth fund in 2005 to coordinate the country's real estate development priorities. Together with Saudi Arabian company Dar Global, which has close ties to the Saudi government, the Qatari company will build a $5.5 billion Trump International Golf Club in Qatar. Trump heads to the Middle East tomorrow to visit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, three of the world's wealthiest nations, in search of business deals. Republicans spent the 4 years of Democratic President Joe Biden's term calling to impeach him for allegedly accepting a $5 million payment from Ukraine. The source for that story later admitted to making it up and pleaded guilty of lying to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And yet the Republicans are silent now. After the weekend, Monday started with the administration's announcement that it has agreed to a 90-day pause in the 145% tariffs Trump imposed on Chinese goods and on the 125% tariffs China imposed in retaliation. Both nations will cut tariffs 115% during that period, bringing the U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% and the Chinese counter tariffs to 10%. The stock market rose at the news. While the administration hailed this as a breakthrough agreement, as economist Paul Krugman pointed out, this wasn't a case of China backing down. China's tariffs were a response to Trump's, which threw the U.S. economy into a tailspin. When Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent indicated Trump wanted a way out, China agreed. Quietly scraped into the memory hole is Trump's insistence that his high tariffs would bring old-fashioned manufacturing back to the United States. Still, Krugman notes, a tariff of 30% on goods from China is still really, really high. Combined with the 10% across-the-board tariffs Trump has imposed on goods from other countries, Krugman estimates that the average tariff is up about 10% since Trump took office, from about 3% to about 13%. Krugman also notes that the tariffs have only been paused, making economic uncertainty worse. Trump appears to relish uncertainty because it keeps attention glued on him. Such uncertainty is good for television ratings, but terrible for the economy, as executives cannot plan for the future. Today, Helene Cooper, Greg Jaffe, Jonathan Swan, Eric Schmidt, and Maggie Haberman of the New York Times reported that Trump followed a similar pattern in his bombing campaign against the Houthis in Yemen. He thought he could stop Houthi attacks on shipping in the Red Sea by bombing the Houthis, and he expected results within 30 days. After 31 days, the journalists report, the U.S. didn't even have air superiority over the Houthis, who shot down 7 U.S. drones, each of which cost about $30 million, and continued to fire at U.S. ships. In the first month, the U.S. campaign cost about $1 billion and lost 2 $67 million aircraft. Eager to get out, Trump agreed to stop the bombing campaign in return for the Houthis leaving U.S. ships alone. but without any promises from the Houthis to stop the more general attacks that had led Trump to start the U.S. strikes in the first place. On May 5th, Trump ended the operations and declared victory.
Yeah, this is actually kind of like a war of rhetoric in framing. Trump is not winning, folks, if you haven't noticed. He did not win against China. It wound up being a stalemate. And basically, and I wasn't even aware of, because I haven't kept up much with, this whole Houthi situation. But apparently, it's a stalemate even even with the Houthis. I'll stop bombing if you stop, shooting at ships. Well, I guess you could call that a win, but he didn't win decisively. I guess basically they're gonna, the the saving face part is gonna be, well, hell, they're not shooting at U.S. ships anymore, and it's the art of the deal. We're not winning the way Trump says we would win. Okay. Nothing is going to stop the Houthis from shooting at ships again. And they also recently said, I did catch this, that, Israel is still a target. So I don't get how this is like Trump terrifying the world with his might. This is Trump basically, making a bunch of noise, but essentially the status quo is maintained. So, and, this isn't even me, this is separate from, what I think of Trump as a person. This is the US. It's all smoke and mirrors, folks. It's tough talk, but the bully is always the one to strike a deal when that bully can't win quick. He expects to cold cock someone, and when the cold cock doesn't work and his opponent is still standing and swinging and fighting, then all of a sudden he wants to strike a deal. That's not winning, folks. SKC, I'm not going to even debate the semantics. Bottom line is Trump is not kicking ass and taking names. Even you have to admit that. Tariffs are still higher than they were, and they lowered ours. Dude, Trump needed a way out because he was killing the stock market. He was killing the economy. See, what y'all don't seem to understand is Trump, like every other president, pays attention to his polls, and he was tanking at the polls. So I don't see the win. And if tariffs were lower, any tariff is bad. We import 5 times more from China than they import from us. Manufacturing's not coming back, at least not in any major way. It is basically a bunch of tough talk, jack it up to 145% and do a whole Liberty Day. And then you have to back down. China did not come to the US saying, hey, let's negotiate, is my point. So y'all pretend that Trump is kicking ass and taking names, and I will sit here every morning and mock you. You poor little fools. Trump has you all kinds of bamboozled, and I wish SKC, I wish you'd caught the beginning of the show, but look at the title of the show about this black fatigue bullshit. MAGA is just all smoke and mirrors. It's a lot of tough talk, but y'all ain't about shit. So let's move on to the next story. Oops, sorry about that. And of course, I clicked out of the wrong story. Hold on one sec here. Let me reset. I'm having such a good time. That I kind of clicked the wrong X here. Let me see, can I find it? Oh, damn it. Damn it. Darn. Give me one sec here. You know what? I bet I just clicked that story up here. Let me see, can I find it at the New York Times? I have to go back to the New York Times and find it. I thought I'd saved the link. There's an editorial on the illusion of happiness. One sec. This is what happens when I start messing around with you MAGA folks. I get so lost in mocking you guys that I forget that I have a mission here. Let's see. Damn it. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to move on to this video right quick. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna go back and see, can I find this, because I really had a let's see. Black fatigue is a lower form of cooning. No, I say it's basically the new anti-black wokeness, because I don't think there actually is a black fatigue. What it is it's a temper tantrum. It's basically we can't get those blacks to do what we want them to do, so we're just gonna pretend like we're pissed off. Oh, I found it. Thank goodness for that. All right, this had an intriguing title, and if you don't know, Kwame Anthony Appiah or Appiah, I think it's Appiah. He is a philosopher who teaches at New York University, and had an intriguing title. He is basically like an philosopher of ethics, and so we'll go ahead and play this. And SKC, you'll probably kind of like this article. It's you're into philosophy and all that stuff.
Up through the ages, our idea of happiness has become shallow. Let's go deep. Published by the New York Times Magazine. Written by Kwame Anthony Appiah. Read by January Lavoie. Getting what you want in life. That's happiness, bro. Saxon Ratliff tells his younger brother in the latest season of The White Lotus on HBO. Helpfully, he lists his essentials: sex, money, freedom, respect. In that order. A jacked dude bro constantly slamming foul-tasting protein shakes, Saxon is determined to steer his brother away from their sister Piper's budding interest in Buddhism. It's a creed for people afraid of life, he scoffs. Piper, meanwhile, is demurely rebelling against a life that's all privilege, no purpose. Lately, it's felt like everything is pointless. she tells the head monk at a Buddhist monastery near the lavish Thai resort where the Ratliffs are staying. And the things my family cares about, I just don't care about. When she tries to explain this existential ache to her mother, a woman seemingly made out of exfoliating serum and oblivious narcissism, Piper puts it as simply as she can. I need to figure out what makes me happy, okay? So each sibling is chasing happiness, but in opposite directions. Saxon through acquisition, Piper through enunciation. And neither fully understands the cost of those choices. In fact, the season unfolds like a sly symposium on the many meanings of happiness in an age of TED Talks, best-selling manifestos, and podcasts that chirp endlessly about self-optimization and the elusive best life. Happiness, it turns out, is more Rorschach than roadmap. Is it found in the ultra-luxe wellness center or the austere monastery? Does it come from getting what you want or wanting less? These aren't merely personal questions, but philosophical ones, and they've been asked and answered differently throughout history. Once, happiness was understood as a communal project tied to justice and shared flourishing. But over time, it evolved from an expansive ideal into something individual and small. Now the challenge seems clear: to reclaim a deeper, more demanding vision of what it means to live well in a fractured world, and restore happiness to its proper scale. Aristotle in the 4th century BC used the term eudaimonia to describe the highest aim of a human life. It was a matter not of fleeting pleasures, but of living well, cultivating certain virtues and acting on them. At his Lyceum, in a shaded grove just beyond Athens's eastern walls, Aristotle taught that eudaimonia wasn't entirely within one's control. It depended on external goods like health, wealth, friends, and a measure of luck. And it could be pursued only in a self-ruling community, or polis, whose flourishing was essential to one's own. This was more than the pragmatic recognition that it's hard to thrive in a failing society. Aristotle saw a well-ordered polis as a necessary part of the good life itself. The classical thinkers who enlisted the term eudaimonia profoundly shaped European discussions of happiness through the ages, even though they disagreed on its exact nature. Where Aristotle saw external goods as part of eudaimonia, Roman Stoics like Seneca, more than 3 centuries later, argued that the good life was simply a matter of exercising moral and intellectual virtues, wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice, which meant giving others their due. Cicero, who lived between Aristotle and Seneca, placed particular emphasis on public service. In practice, these conceptions of well-being were less expansive than they appeared. The vision of self-cultivation they shared required the kind of leisure and education denied to women, laborers, and slaves. Seneca, who thought simplicity was a key to the vita beata, the happy life, amassed riches as an advisor to Nero. An indifference to fortune was, paradoxically, the prerogative of the fortunate. You'll find a connection between being happy and being lucky across the Indo-European languages. When happiness entered English around the 15th century, it referred to good fortune or divine favor, something received rather than achieved. Our very vocabulary suggested that happiness wasn't simply up to us. The basic classical ideal, meanwhile, living well through the cultivation of virtue within a just society, got filtered through Christian theology and Renaissance humanism, and came to provide the idea of happiness with ethical contours. Happiness, in other words, signified a state of alignment with virtue, with nature, with God. By the time of the Enlightenment, happiness acquired a more inward and secular dimension, and crucially, it became an aspiration for everyone, in keeping with the broader project of Enlightenment universality. In the late 17th century, John Locke pronounced the pursuit of happiness as a natural right, grounded in reason and self-determination. In the 1720s, Francis Hutcheson, an early voice of the Scottish Enlightenment, framed his own happiness principle, That action is best which procures the greatest happiness for the greatest numbers, around an inborn benevolence that linked our well-being to the flourishing of others. French thinkers built on this idea, invoking the notion of le bonheur public, public happiness, with a rising egalitarian spirit. In 1750, the economist Anne-Robert Jacques Turgot told the Sorbonne, "Nature has given all humanity the right to be happy." In this view, happiness was not merely a private feeling, but a public good, a condition in which individual fulfillment and collective well-being were inseparable. Ensuring such happiness came to be seen not just as a noble aim, but as a central duty of government. So when Thomas Jefferson and the other framers endorsed the pursuit of happiness, they were channeling a broad philosophical tradition. Happiness still bore the classical imprint, tied to justice and civic life, but it had been democratized, albeit with the grave exclusions of their age. Promoting happiness wasn't a personal indulgence. It was a political mandate. A just state enabled people to live well, and shaping that state was itself part of the good life. Here, then, was an expansive conception of happiness applied expansively. Happiness was big. But not for long. Over the next century, its meaning began to contract. Once anchored in civic virtue and outward-facing ideals, happiness was increasingly treated as a personal feeling, a matter of mood, not meaning. Part of this transformation can be traced to the shift from Hutcheson's moralized happiness principle to Jeremy Bentham's more radically subjective one, which gained traction in the early 19th century. Bentham's version of the greatest happiness for the greatest number recast happiness as an arithmetic of feelings, something that could, in theory, be measured and maximized. At the heart of his system was utility, defined as the tendency of an action to produce pleasure or prevent pain. Utility, in Bentham's view, was the ultimate moral standard. Good acts, good policies, and good laws were those that generated the most net happiness. And happiness was more about feeling groovy than proving worthy. This hedonic conception of happiness had its upside. Casting off old prejudices, Bentham favored emancipating women, decriminalizing homosexuality, protecting animals from cruelty. His sturdy Scottish exponent, James Mill, helped spread the Benthamite basics, while raising his son, John Stuart Mill, in no creed but that of utilitarianism. By 7, the younger Mill was reading Plato's dialogues in Greek. Before long, he was writing a sequel to the Iliad. And by 20, precocious as ever, he had a midlife crisis. If all his life's projects, the great social reforms he had been trained to pursue, were achieved, John Stuart Mill asked himself, would he be happy? An irrepressible self-consciousness distinctly answered no, he wrote later. The anguishing despair that overtook him after that revealed something hollow in the happiness he had been taught to prize. It wasn't that he ever rejected Bentham's framework outright. He still valued its pluralism, the way an experiential approach to happiness forced you to recognize that different people would have a different idea of the good life. But he came to see that true flourishing required depth, dignity, autonomy, and the widely shared material security that a just state should try to secure. It was a vision of happiness that retained something of the classical ideal, richer, more demanding, less easily quantified. Yet even as Mill sought to complicate the concept, industrial capitalism was pushing in another direction. A happiness stripped of depth, a debased version of Bentham, was spreading with weedy vigor. The rise of mass production and market economies bound happiness to economic growth. As Thomas Carlyle warned in 1843, the greatest happiness principle was fast becoming a rather unhappy one. What had once been a philosophy of human flourishing was increasingly a ledger of economic output. The marginalist revolution in economics starting in the 1870s, completed the transformation. Utility was converted from a moral principle into a wealth function. No longer tied to broader notions of well-being, it became a measure of personal preference. Economics, which once grounded value in labor, production, and exchange, now saw value as purely subjective, a satisfaction gained from an additional unit of a good. As William Stanley Jevons put it, utility was simply the addition made to a person's happiness. Another early theorist of marginalism even imagined a hedonometer, a device to quantify enjoyment, like a stock ticker of the soul. By the early 20th century, utility maximization, happiness writ small, emerged as a linchpin of economic analysis. Public happiness, in turn, became a matter of optimizing the sum of individual welfare. The mathematics could be complex, but the premise was simple. Getting what you want in life. That's happiness, bro. The notion of happiness as choice-making swiftly migrated from economic models into the marrow of the broader culture. What was once a lifelong project shrank into a sequence of transactions. As the mid-century economy boomed, it didn't just build wealth, it reconstructed desire. The good life, formerly the province of philosophers, was now a mainstay of the marketers. Happiness packaged as the perfect lawn, the gleaming automobile, the immaculate kitchen with its humming refrigerator. We became, almost without noticing, what we bought. And if you still felt empty, that's where the therapy culture of the 1970s and 1980s came in, not as a remedy for consumerism, but as an extension of it. The older vocabulary of life-defining commitments and meaning-making projects continued to wither, while a new lexicon took hold. Self-acceptance, self-esteem, self-love. By the 1990s, happiness had acquired a personal brand. Oprah Winfrey presided over a daytime academy of self-care, empowerment, and curated aspiration. Then came the next wave, the life-hacking, self-quantifying, habit-stacking era of optimization gurus like Tim Ferriss, whose first book, published in 2007, was The 4-Hour Workweek, a toolkit, in his words, for maximizing per-hour output. He followed it up with The 4-Hour Body in 2010 and The 4-Hour Chef in 2012. This vision of flourishing was more streamlined, life broken down into modular upgrades. Meditation reboots were measured in minutes. An enthusiast of Seneca, Ferriss offered a snackable stoicism, which he described as a simple and immensely practical set of rules for better results with less effort. It was a personal
snackable
operating
stoicism.
system, a way to redirect negative emotions toward positive ends. Excitement is the more practical synonym for happiness, and it is precisely what you should strive to chase, he wrote. It is the cure-all. Amid the excitement, the happiness concept kept getting miniaturized. With the rise of the algorithms, decision-making became a series of bite-sized transactions. If you liked this, you'll like that. Every swipe, click, and purchase was an act of preference revelation, the digital cookie crumbs of personal identity. In today's social media ecosystem, happiness even threatens to become a ring-lighted aesthetic. Matcha lattes, artisanal candles, sage smudging, captioned reminders to just breathe. Once again, happiness is work, but now the work of packaging moods and moments for validation, with a tiny dopamine hit for each like. And yet the more demanding conception of happiness never disappeared. So long as you're happy, parents tell their kids. In reality, they want to see their children engaged in something worthwhile, contributing to something beyond their own fleeting satisfactions. A movie doesn't have a happy ending just because the hero is smiling. We wouldn't call it a happy ending if Neo chose to return to the Matrix's cosseting illusions, or if Truman decided to remain in his stage-crafted life. We understand that there's a tension between happiness as a self-enclosed project and happiness as something entangled with the world. Look at Saxon and Piper, who both see happiness as a form of leveling up, a quest built around self-mastery, to the point that they barely notice for most of the season that their father is unraveling. We just need to move beyond that small, sealed-off model of happiness, so that happiness can root itself in connection, responsibility, and care. If you'll indulge the philosopher's habit of conjuring characters to illustrate their abstractions, imagine a young person, let's call her Julia, who left community college after a semester and has bounced between gigs ever since. Dog walking, cafe shifts, warehouse nights. Her life is messy, but she has learned how to show up for people. When her neighbor's mother gets sick, Julia brings groceries. When her cousin gets out of rehab, she's the one who texts every day. She doesn't have a wellness routine or a 5-year plan, but people trust her. She holds lives together in small, invisible ways. Or imagine a middle-aged man named Daniel, a product manager with a smart fridge and an optimal morning routine. For years, he has chased happiness through upgrades to his apps, his appliances, himself. But lately, the returns feel thin. When his niece's soccer team needs a coach, he volunteers, awkwardly at first, then with growing investment. Daniel has started showing up at town meetings, fighting to save the field from developers. Now his calendar includes something he cares deeply about that doesn't come with a progress bar. Or imagine a public worker named Casey, driving the same city bus route for 20 years. After years on the route, Casey has come to know who needs help with their bags, who wants small talk, and who prefers silence. Recognizing the regulars and their routines matters to Casey. It's a way of creating small moments of connection in an otherwise disconnected city, of being a steady presence in others' lives. These aren't tales of moral heroism. Nobody here is emulating Dorothy Day's journey from bohemian rebellion to radical solidarity with the poor. Daniel still wears a Whoop band. Julia hasn't found her calling. But they're living into a broader idea of happiness, less about what they have, more about what they give, who they're with, what they're part of. Is it possible that happiness stayed big, and it's only our way of talking about it that got small? Surely the old understanding, in which the pursuit of happiness is inseparable from shared commitments, hasn't gone anywhere. On some level, we still know the difference between feeling good and flourishing, between the hedonic and the eudaimonic, between the algorithm's next suggestion and the difficult and uncertain path toward a meaningful existence. Yes, we often speak as if feelings are all that count, but maybe that's because the language of the good life has been hollowed out. In an age shadowed by the climate crisis, fraying social bonds, and political rupture, what's needed isn't a neoclassical revival or a wistful retreat to the Lyceum. Aristotle was right to see human flourishing as bound up with justice, but wrong, badly wrong, about what justice requires. We understand the perils of domination and exclusion in ways the ancients did not. We also know that a good life isn't a unitary ideal, but something profoundly plural, shaped by circumstance, history, and the unrepeatable texture of each human life. Happiness isn't an optimization problem. It's the shared work of making a world spacious enough to sustain the many ways free individuals choose to live, and sturdy enough to hold us all together.
That was actually kind of longish, but I thought it was basically a decent essay. I guess the long and short is that happiness is much more complicated than people are led to believe. So I want to just quickly, before I move into this next video, to talk about the title of the show. And the original title of the show title of the one I intended to do today is kind of different, but this was such an intriguing topic, black fatigue, that I just made a new show and gave it this title and kind of threw in some videos to fit the title. I just want to come on the record and go, black fatigue is bullshit. What it is, and the first video I showed pretty much summed it up really well. It's just it's kind of like the new version of I mean, black fatigue started with Christopher Rufo, and basically black fatigue started pretty much started with with Trayvon Martin, and I guess a little bit before that even. But ever since BLM has been around, this black fatigue has been building up. And, the first attempt to stamp out, basically the voices of blacks who are not afraid to point out that, the notion that black should assimilate into this burning house is ridiculous. Okay. Essentially, integration on your knees is simply not an option people like me will buy. Not everyone has the options of, being able to speak out on a platform pretty much unencumbered. Black fatigue is, kind of to me the same argument as CRT and, whatever came after CRT. It's all bullshit. It's basically, I've made the comment, and I'll make it here again, that really white racists are not really that big a problem in the United States. It's the blacks who are the anti-blacks. I call them the anti-black blacks. It's the people who will get in here and, drag black people, drag black culture, pretend that there's something wrong with black culture and that black culture is monolithic and bad. Those are the biggest threat to the black community, in my opinion. The black community is being dragged down internally. It's an internal racism where black people can't do anything right. And, essentially, these anti-black blacks aid and abet and actually put people up to, what? People like a Be Brave. Be Brave is a thing because people like John Galt encourage him. Okay. Every time somebody who is black tells Be Brave that he is right, that just stokes the fire. So once again, the anti-black blacks, and you know who you are because I often call you anti-black. You guys are the biggest black problem. I would almost argue that black crime in the inner city isn't as big a problem as black self-hatred. And you could maybe even make the argument that the crime is caused because of black self-hatred. But I've said what I said, and you all are probably fairly, knowledgeable of where I stand on the topic. You guys can natter on about, black culture being this or the inner city crime. Most black people don't even live in the inner city. It is dumb to pretend that all black culture is just one thing. Anybody who's over the age of 30 knows that, black culture, just like quote white culture, is multifaceted and most of it is good. So this black fatigue is just like woke. It's fake news. Black people, white people aren't going to get tired of black people. What it is the anti-black blacks have black fatigue. So I think white people are just fine. It's the anti-black blacks that are really the problem, and what they're trying to do is get the whites. So apparently the anti-black blacks, the Thomas Sowell brothers, they don't have much effect on the total black community. So what they want to do is get white people to come in and help them, apparently. So that's pretty much what I have to say. It's fake news. And the problem is these arguments about woke being this way or that and all this stuff. They're knee-jerk reactions and not well thought out. I just got finished talking with someone in the chat about a very just specious argument. And I'm simply not going to give bad arguments the time of day. So natter on about your Jesse Lee Petersons and all that. Jesse Lee Peterson is a fucking embarrassment. Okay, at least if you're going to be anti-black, fucking speak proper English. He is so into white people and worships white people, but he can't even talk like them. Oh, it's the Jesse Lee Petersons who have black fatigue. And I actually think what he really means is he's tired of being black. He's wishing for somebody to start referring to him as a white man. So you guys enjoy your Jesse Lee Peterson. I won't be joining you for the watch party. And speaking of positives in black culture, I don't know if people have actually heard of Edna Lewis. The other day, somebody mentioned incorrectly that black culture has no like indigenous food technique. I guess the implication is, black people basically learn to cook from white people. And that's just ridiculous. Like the people that were brought here, on slave ships, how were they feeding themselves if they didn't know how to cook? They didn't just learn to cook when they got to America. So, I've been, on a little mini binge here, just kind of, because I like to cook. My mother liked to cook, and I've been reading, I'm from the part of the world where they're Gullah foodways. So, the statement to me just seemed kind of ignorant of history. And a lot of the stuff that goes on in this John Galt universe is just, I tend to look at American culture in through a historical lens, and almost no one in this space has any sense of American history. And that's why I shit on a lot of your arguments. You just have no clue most times about which you speak. And there are one or two of you, and you know who you are, who I actually do kind of consider peers. And, I'm much more willing to, even if I don't agree with a position, at least I know that your position is well considered and grounded in some sense of cultural history, political history, or the like. So, for the rest of you young folks who want to talk about woke and January 6th and, insurrections and all this stuff, know right off the top that usually I just kind of look askance at some of these statements, and I might joke back and forth with you, but I don't take that shit seriously. There's maybe one, as a matter of fact, there are probably only two of you in this space that I actually take serious when they make culture critiques. So I won't belabor the point, but the title of the show pretty much sums up my opinion of Black fatigue. It's anti-Black wokeness. It's like, you got the dark side of the force and you got the light side of the force. That's pretty much what Black fatigue is. It's the dark side of the force. So let's talk about Edna Lewis. Oh, you know what? Damn it. Don't tell me the volume didn't work. There we go.
Why wasn't that enough to give it life today? The reality is that Miss Lewis had a lot stacked against her. New York City wasn't perfect, but it gave her a degree of opportunity that was much harder to find in the South. For more than half her life, when Edna Lewis traveled, she had to do so in segregated train cars. Growing up in Virginia, racial violence wasn't only a threat, it was real. And it's what happened the next county over. Miss Lewis was nearly 50 years old when the Civil Rights Act made segregation illegal. Until then, she would not have been able to enter this former Greyhound bus station through its front doors. Today, this bus station has taken on new life. Chef Mashama Bailey and her business partner renovated this space and called it the...
By the way, this one of the reasons I clipped this out of a YouTube video. This restaurant is in Savannah. It's right down on MLK Boulevard. As a matter of fact, I've never been there. Maybe I'm going to be in Savannah at the beginning of June. I'm going to see if I can't hit this restaurant up. It's kind of a fine dining experience, but that's part of the reason I'm even showing this. It's got some good scenes of Savannah. It talks about a Savannah restaurant. There's another Charleston segment. I'm not as familiar with Charleston, but it's 50 miles away, and I've been there plenty of times. And then after this, there's a more fuller interview regarding Edna Lewis. But just so you know, and it'll come out in these next two videos, but Edna Lewis is literally credited with being one of the godmothers, if not the outright founder of the farm to table movement. She's a it'll come out, but she's very well regarded as a chef and cookbook writer. The reason I'm even showing this is, Black foodways, if you want to call them that, is a thing, and it is a legitimate genre of American culinary arts. So, once again, the anti-Blacks, because it was an anti-Black who made the comment about Black foodways being non-existent. Once again, they've been proven wrong. It is really a shame that Black people are like white people in that, ignorance is colorblind, and too many people actually don't know the basics of American history. And I don't even know. It's been so long since I've taken high school history. And I really never talked to my son about it. He took AP history, a couple AP history courses. I don't even know that those are good enough. The thing is a lot of American history is stuff you will read on your own. High schools don't have time, and even survey courses in college don't have time to teach, history any deeper than, kind of like, the surface level of it. But American history is deep and rich. Black Americans have played an integral part in American history, and the anti-Black blacks and just the plain old anti-Blacks really don't give enough credit to that very demonstrable fact. So,
the Gray. Mashama told me what compelled her to uproot from New York City and move to Savannah, Georgia.
100% of the reason why I'm here is because of the building. That this was a segregated bus station and it was fully intact. And so I decided to come down and take a look at it. And it was before the renovations. It was before any paint got on the walls.
Wow.
You can still see where it said colored waiting room.
Wow.
Like you can still see sort of like these ghosts of signs.
Yeah.
And what I felt when I walked in this building, there was this sense of warmth. I'm not alone. I'm doing this with my ancestors, for my ancestors. It's one of those things that I just immediately knew that I could do it.
So, your menu here at the Gray, it's sectioned off into different areas. Talk to me about that decision-making process to kind of mirror what Edna Lewis was doing, and why you decided to do that.
So when I went to Savannah and started really writing the menus, I was writing it in a very Italian way of writing. It was a good menu, but it didn't really tell a story. And so someone was like, well, what would Edna Lewis do? And in her book, In Pursuit of Flavor, it's really cool because she has, from the gardens, from the farmland, from the lakes and streams and oceans. And we just thought that that was such a cool way to remain inspired and focused on Southern cooking, right? So our menu is broken up into 4 different sections. And so it's dirt, water, pasture, and pantry in respect to Edna Lewis's book.
So what stands out to you with Miss Lewis's life? She's had this incredible life, seamstress, and, cooking for Truman Capote, and all this. What stands out for you?
I love how later in her life she wore a lot of African garb. I love that she sort of celebrated that part of herself that really connects her to her ancestors. I love that she was a communist. I just kind of like that she was different and she stood out and she had a different way of thinking. I like the fact that she sort of pushed the envelope and got people's attention in that way where they were like, let's keep an eye on her.
I think that there's parallels between your life and Miss Lewis's life because of, the time in New York, back in the South, kind of creating food that's not narrowly defined because of the influences that happen. Do you think about that?
That's no, I don't. I don't. That would be an honor to compare myself to Miss Edna Lewis, but I'm just inspired by her, I'm inspired by her yes and I feel like I have a little bit of that in me. I'm like, yes, and what's next? I think taking an opportunity to move to a southern city with someone that you don't know who is white is very challenging in itself. And to come up on a 10-year business together, inspired by a Black woman who's inspired by another Black woman, I think is a pretty powerful thing.
I couldn't leave the grave without experiencing some of Mashama's cooking firsthand. We went to the kitchen to cook a dish that connected to Miss Lewis and to the very roots of African-American food waste.
So this is actually the first recipe in the Taste of Country Cooking, and it's going to be mutton. It's the recipe that Miss Lewis has. We're going to do a braised lamb shoulder.
Okay.
And we basically pick it up in this sauce where it's based on her braising liquid recipe. But it's actually a sauce out of Kenya called Kane sauce.
Okay.
And I think with her, she really just lets the ingredients speak for themselves. And this is why I like a recipe like this, because it's not complicated. It's really like, these are the ingredients. That's it. And lamb and salt and pepper. That's all. And I just adore how bold she is with trusting the fact that the food is going to taste good because it comes from a good place.
To finish the sauce, Mashama charred the tomatoes and onions, rehydrated some ancho chilies, and blended it all together.
So Deb, with the lamb, you take the lamb and we smoke it. And then about halfway through, we wrap it in foil.
Okay.
And we know it's ready when the bone pulls out.
Oh, wow. After 16 hours of smoking, the lamb was ready to meet the sauce, and Mashama heated it all together. She added some lamb drippings in true Edna Lewis fashion, making sure nothing was wasted.
Okay, Deb, so we have cornmeal. Okay. I'm gonna put this down, a little corn in there too. Then we're gonna put down the lamb.
This is such a gorgeous dish.
This is one of my favorite sort of representations of what her food is to me.
Why is it one of your favorites?
I think it's pretty. I like lamb. I like that this sauce is in her book as a way to braise the lamb, but it's also like a sauce that you would find on the continent. So it's like there's a total parallel to how she cooks and how her ancestors cooked. And I feel the connection with this dish.
Girl.
Good.
Oh my God. And there's heat, but not too much heat.
No, not a lot of heat, but enough to wake it up a little bit.
I mean, I cannot imagine a better way of paying honor to Edna Lewis through this dish. Absolutely beautiful.
Thanks. Thanks, Deb. Thank you.
In a building that holds so much history, Mashama and her team are redefining what this space means. They're celebrating the food of our ancestors, and they're preparing the next generation. As the head of the Edna Lewis Foundation, Mashama helps grant scholarships to up-and-coming chefs, farmers, and storytellers who embody Miss Lewis's principles. In food and in action, her legacy endures.
That's the old Talmadge Bridge column.
Being a chef didn't have the same celebrity cachet as it does today. She spent many of her working years moving from job to job just to make ends meet. When she was almost 70, a former plantation reached out. Milton Place in Charleston, South Carolina is a popular site.
What's up, SKC?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I'm just shocked that I don't know, what is it that these people don't understand Black excellence? It doesn't have to come in the way, it doesn't have to be carrying a Gucci bag or rapping in a video. Is it a thing about maturity or what?
I'm confused about what you mean.
Well, no, I was just looking at Deacon Dave's comment about want the full slave experience. I guess he's talking about Charleston. This one plantation, and there's several of them in the Charleston area, where they do weddings. They do these plantation weddings. As a matter of fact, they do them all over the South. And this Edna Lewis wound up being like some chef in residence or something at this. Basically, it's a resort. Plantation turned into a resort. And somehow or another, and I know Deacon Dave is kidding, but sometimes I have to shake my head at these youngins. They have no appreciation of the finer things in life.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was I'm actually on the road. I'm heading out I'm heading out to our property in the country. I gotta go mow it today, so I'll be on the track.
Do you have a tractor?
Yeah. So I'll be out on the mower all day. But I just stopped so I could fuel up and everything. But I don't know. This I kind of got cut off at the point of when you were talking about the black fatigue thing. And
no, I think it's basically I think black fatigue I made a comment earlier that, every time somebody tells a racist like Be Brave that he's right, it's funny enough, in my mind, and, maybe it's my own form of conspiracy theory, but I think people like Be Brave are actually tools in the hand of anti-black blacks. I think Be Brave is a creature of John Galt, not the other way around. It's just weird that he would be the tool that the anti-black blacks use to propagate their their uh, their critiques of black culture.
Well, I mean, even if I was to approach it with absolute logic, I mean, I don't.
Well, racism, racists don't use logic. Okay. Being a racist is not a logical proposition. Okay. And
Well,
I know
yeah,
people try and rationalize it like everybody's racist, and none of that stuff is a logical argument.
no. What I was saying, not from the point of trying to put logic on racism. I was saying so far as the influence of the whole black fatigue thing. I mean, John Galt and what's his name, the Bravism guy that you talk about. I mean, they could not have possibly had any influence on any of that. I mean, a
Oh,
lot of
no, no, no,
people.
no. I'm
Yeah.
not saying they're influencing it. To be honest, the term is something that just got started that's come to my notice. So I don't think they had an influence, but they're definitely propagating it.
Hmm.
So, and really, it was a, a, a video that a friend of mine, Fred, gave to me, and it's come up a couple times, maybe in the last week. So, essential. Now, I do know that this is a name that has been put on a phenomenon that's been around for a while, because I've heard Glenn Lowry talk a lot about, how it basically, I've noticed it since the summer of 2020, where whites are just getting tired of all these blacks acting up and tearing up cities when it wasn't really blacks. I mean, how many blacks actually live in Portland? Is mostly white kids tearing up shit. So, at least in Portland. So, but the bottom line is, this whole thing about, hey, we're tired of blacks acting up and we're tired of blacks complaining, and you'll hear Be Brave talk about why are blacks complaining, because compared to other blacks in the world, they live like kings. So I
Yeah,
understand
I'm
what
not.
black fatigue
Yeah,
is. And once again, let me restate it. I think black fatigue is the equivalent of woke on the left.
yeah. I will say this. I think. I think you. I think is a poor line of logic to even state Glenn Lowry in the same name vein as this
Well, no,
Bravism guy and so
he
forth.
he
But
didn't call it he
there have
didn't
been
call it black fatigue.
right. But there have been several writers that have stated those things way before Laurie mentioned them. I
No,
mean,
no doubt.
yeah, and actually, I think the two that I was mentioning in the chat, Orlando Patterson, he wrote Disintegration, and Elijah Anderson, the whole Code of the Street thing. Both of them were sociologists, high order, and um, b- they wrote about these things way before and anticipated that this black fatigue thing would happen. They didn't state it
Right.
in.
And your point would be what? That a high order sociologist wrote it? Yeah, okay, I'll admit it gives it some credence. But the bottom line is, I don't doubt that there are people who are tired of black people complaining. That's not a doubt. My response to that is I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I don't think either one of
Because
those.
there is such a thing as free speech, and you know what, I'll keep complaining, I'll keep pointing out things that I think need to be called out, so that a high orders, I don't put a whole lot of stock in sociology. I mean, it is a thing, but I don't, because a sociologist said it, isn't going to sway me.
No. That's not my point. I'm not trying to sway you at all. What all I'm saying is that I think the people like the Galts and so forth, the ones that are coming later, that in certain ways, and this is not a fault to them because they haven't been trained in that area, but I think that they're doing a very poor man's rendition of work that has already been done by Orlando Patterson and Elijah Anderson.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I would give them a little bit more. I would actually look, if you can back up some of what you say and you've actually kind of done your homework and you have well formulated thoughts, even if I disagree with you, I'm going to at least say, well, at least it's a credible argument. Okay. Half these motherfuckers have they are just in the wind and the wind happens to be blowing, they're catching black fatigue as a term in the wind. They like the sound of it. So they're going to put their own spin on it, which is their right to do. But you know what? I'm not going to sit here and act like they have a credible argument. Yeah. I don't think that the sociologists you are talking about now, if they're describing the phenomenon, sure, I'm sure there are plenty of people that are be brave like and get tired of black people complaining. What are y'all complaining about? Bottom line is what we're complaining about, you just don't want to acknowledge. Okay, I don't give a fuck if black people in America make a better living. Blacks in America are richer than many others in the African diaspora. Okay, my problem is I don't make as much as a middle-class white person. Okay, I don't compare my life in the American experience to other countries because I don't live in the other countries.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know all of the whole Be Brave and
Oh,
Galt,
I do.
the
I
ideas.
do, and I'm not asking you to know it.
Yeah,
I'm really
yeah.
not even talking to you about it. There are plenty in the chat who know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, the arguments that I was talking about were mainly those of the sociology. Actually, we had this conversation, I think the last time we spoke, in that I told you that a lot of people in the past tried to kind of link me with the line of thought of John Galt, and I was like, nah, we might have some similarities in agreement on a point or two, but how we arrived at those conclusions are absolutely different. And we had that discussion about it. Does the mode of how you arrived at that conclusion matter? And here it is. I'm showing you another reason of why I've arrived at certain conclusions, and mine has to do with having had read two sociologists that spoke about these things. One back in the late 90s and the other one in the early 2010s.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I understand that the phenomenon exists. Okay, but there are a lot of things that exist that, I will go, well, gee, that's a shame. It exists, but it shouldn't. I mean, race exists, but it shouldn't. So, there are a lot of things in the world that probably shouldn't be. You just kind of meet the people where they are, you meet the phenomenon where it is, and you deal with it. And you either kind of adopt it as, something that you want to propagate or you don't. I think people who rightly so in their minds are tired of hearing black people complain about, the inadequacies or inequities in American society. Sometimes I'll come down like, yeah, we know what the problems are. If a person doesn't fix a problem that they know about, well, shame on them. However, there are some systemic issues that are getting better every day. I'm not saying that there has been no progress, but I kind of look askance when I get someone like a Be Brave, talking about, Black people in America live like kings. What are they complaining about? There's plenty to complain about. Um, we comparing me to someone living in Haiti is ridiculous. It's a different history. I will definitely have different expectations as an American than a Haitian would. And making the comparison to me just seems like doesn't seem to be even logical, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make good points in that. When you look at that direct comparison to you, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It's not. It has no linkage. However, if I were to take, let's say, Elijah Anderson's argument of what I think he wrote it in '99 or so, when he was saying that there's this battle between this street code and decent code within Black America, and how they were morphing into one another, and how later
Okay, say that. Hold on. The street code is melding into what?
into that it's fighting against the quote unquote decent code within Black America at all social
No,
levels.
I don't think there's a fight at all.
Well,
If there's a fight, it's not within the Black community. It's a fight external to it.
well, let me complete the argument. Some of the things that he stated, but I would argue are prescient, because you would not see certain individuals like a Jasmine Crockett in politics at the highest order of our government, that is putting more of a street vernacular while trying to say that she represents the decent Black Americans. That's what I mean. So
Okay,
it's
well,
like,
that's a stylistic argument. I don't particularly see it as that substantive. Okay, now if you're going to make a style argument, then that goes to how people might perceive her. It might go to how people perceive her as credible. But the thing is that's a style argument. I don't see it as that substantive.
I argue against the style argument thing. This is the reason why. You stated in yourself that um, you and many others that you have known of have remained true to themselves, that you don't have to do some sort of quote unquote code switch in order to communicate with people. And here it is, you have certain individuals that they believe that in order to properly represent the nominal Black person, that they believe that they have to code switch in
Okay, well,
Congress.
see, the problem with that is she doesn't represent all Black people. She represents people in her district.
Correct.
And maybe she has to be that way because of who she represents. But she doesn't represent all Black people in America. She represents her district.
So you're saying that one of the more prosperous districts in within the Dallas Fort Worth area is populated mainly by ghetto speaking folk?
I can't say that. And to be honest, I can't say that. I've never been to Dallas. The only people I know from Dallas are, Portia and Clue. HB lives there now. I don't know. I actually seriously dated a woman from Dallas, but I don't know enough about Dallas to talk about the people she represents.
But I can. I'm from Houston. I'm just a hop, skip, and a jump away from there. So, and I've visited there many times. But the majority of the people in her district that are Black do not function like that, and that's what
Right,
I'm
but
saying.
some people do.
And that's what I'm saying is I agree with your arguments where you say that is not the majority of Black people. However, the majority of Black people in her district, whether they are of the quote unquote street or of the more decent mode, they resonate with the way that she's dealing with.
Right. Well, here's the deal. You know that phenomenon that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. I mean, most people who are not, so boisterous or demonstrative, she may be hearing. There may be a silent majority, I guess is what I'm saying. And sometimes if the silent majority doesn't speak up, you represent the people who are yelling the most.
So, and there's been other people that have done the same thing. Your Maxine Waters. You
Yeah.
go on into all of your, I would say, more of your race grifters and all of that. But it does speak to, heck, even Kamala Harris did it. Greens in the bathtub. I mean, and saying stuff like "child" and all that other stuff when she came here to Houston. So the idea is that what Elijah Anderson was stating when he stated back in '99 that with this street code versus decent code thing, that this behavioral duality existed, and that many within the decent have begun to resonate with that behavior and have silently either been quiet about it or have given a golf clap to it because of its bravado. That's true.
Okay, well, let me stop you right there. There's always been a dual consciousness in the Black community. Look at Booker T. Washington versus, and that's not exactly what W.E.B. Du Bois was talking about, but I'm going to stretch that a little bit. There's always been a duality between assimilationists and the non-assimilationists. And the other thing I want to point out, and then I'll let you continue with your argument. I argue that people like a John Galt are exactly what they are describing. Okay. John Galt is a race grifter. So I don't, it worries me when people talking about Black fatigue are part of what are actually part of what's causing the Black fatigue. Okay, I don't see John Galt is any less a race grifter than someone like a Dr. Umar.
Okay, so let me run with that argument because I don't.
Okay, and let me. Well, it's not an argument; it's my opinion.
Your observation.
Yeah, and Dolomite, I think. What's her name is extremely qualified to be a congressperson. She's got a law degree from a decent university, and her undergraduate, she went to the same undergraduate school, Rhodes College. I think it's in Nashville, as Amy Coney Barrett did. So her qualifications are not a problem.
Yeah, I can argue against that, but
well, no. You're not going to be able to argue. The woman went to an elite school, one that spawned a Supreme Court justice, and she's got a law degree from University of Houston. Okay, it's a decent education. She's more qualified than someone like a Marjorie Taylor Greene to be in Congress.
Okay, so what did her education equate to?
Well, I don't care about any of that. I don't want to get into details.
Okay.
I think the law degree is enough to qualify her, is my point.
Oh, okay. Well, with the whole, what were you saying, the Galt thing with the?
Well, I think he's as big a race grifter as Umar. He's just on the opposite side. I think when he talks about
No. You were saying something about being a part of the problem.
Oh yeah, I think John Galt, I think he is the other side of the race grifter coin.
Okay, so and I'm just analogy for.
I don't give a fuck if it's below the belt. John Galt knows what I think.
Okay, can a crackhead say that crack is bad?
Yes. But he's also part of the problem. Crackhead talking about crack being bad doesn't really mean much. He's part of the problem, is my point. He can
Yeah,
say
but
it's bad, but he's part of the crack epidemic.
right, but is he wrong though? Is the crackhead wrong?
Okay, no. I'm not saying John Galt is wrong. I'm saying he's part of the problem.
Right. But you're not saying that
Now,
he's
I do think he's wrong in that black culture is as bad as, all that. I think when you make his type of argument, people who don't know better, like a Be Brave, think that all black people are part of a problem, and they're not. He is
Mhm.
wrong about that part of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't think most black people excuse black crime in the inner city. I do not think all black people should go back to the inner city to save something. That's like saying all black Americans should go to Africa and help Africa get better. It's the
yeah,
same phenomenon to me.
yeah. I agree. This idea that that black people that most black people are involved in these heinous crimes and different things. No, I don't believe that either. I
No.
believe you.
He's not saying they're involved. He's saying it's black people, it's the non-hood black people's responsibility to fix crime in the inner city. Inner city crime is a black people's problem, not an American problem.
Yeah,
That's
I
their
staunchly
idea.
disagree with him. I staunchly disagree.
And essentially it's the black people be a credit to your race. It's that type of argument. And this isn't the 1930s. Okay. Being a credit to your race, like, hey, I've never told my son you need to be a credit to your race. That's
No.
like fucking 1930s.
Yeah, it's like I understand what you're stating, and what John Galt, what you stated, he said, I get that. I disagree with him. In fact, I take it a bit further than I believe both of you state. I don't think that black people have the power or the internal fortitude to be able to combat those issues by themselves at all.
Okay. Well, I think that's kind of a moot point. Whether they have it or not is irrelevant. It's not their responsibility. It's not my responsibility to even care what goes on in a hood in Atlanta. I have no clue what goes on. Um, I'm not responsible for it. I have no connection to it. Why should I care about it?
Yeah, that was
It
my
doesn't
whole
matter.
that
It
was my
doesn't
whole thought
matter.
about
It
that was my
matter.
whole point about BLM. This is none of my
Yeah,
issues.
but
I don't
hold
care
on a
about that.
second. It doesn't matter whether I have the internal fortitude or not. Who cares whether I have the fortitude or not? I'm not responsible for it.
Right, and all I'm saying is that black people, they don't, not only not the internal fortitude, they don't have the power to do it either.
Well, I think you could do soft power. If
No,
a bunch
they
of black
don't have the
people,
power to do it.
well, I would debate you, but it doesn't matter whether they have the power or not. It's not their responsibility.
Right. So, and that's what I was kind of weirded out about with the whole BLM thing. It's like, what are you guys doing? Why are you putting all this money and time and energy and discussions and all this other stuff towards this type of junk? Either you associate yourself with it or you don't. Are you going to get in
I'm
a
not sure I
tirade
understand. I'm not sure I understand your argument.
over a fentanyl head? That's what your
Okay,
mind is at.
hold on. You're not making the argument I thought you were making. You know what? If they choose to look at a systemic problem, one that does, I argue, and Roland Fryer's that famous report he did backs me up. Police brutality is something that suffered on blacks more than whites.
Yeah,
In
to a
police
whole to in the inner cities, in
so
those roughing communities. Yeah,
to protest a systemic issue, I think that's appropriate.
But then again, see, there goes that duality. Now you're,
No, it's not a duality at all.
Yeah, because now you're
If
protesting
it
on behalf
is
of people that you don't supposed
listen
to
to
care
me
about.
carefully, SKC, before you natter on out into space. A systemic issue, by definition, affects everyone, or
How?
can affect. Hey, if you are more likely to
Have
be
have
roughed
you been
up,
roughed up by a
okay,
cop?
dude, let me finish.
Let's. How
You
about
know
we
what?
personalize it again?
I don't do that Thomas Sowell style of narrowing it down to individuals. I said
You
systemic.
just did.
Dude, you will let me finish,
Okay.
please. A systemic issue can affect everyone, not will, not must, but can. And I think it's perfectly appropriate to address something that's systemic. Okay, because I have never been roughed up by the police doesn't mean it's not systemic.
It seems to me that it's only systemic towards the people that in the hood and inner cities and stuff.
Well,
I don't see a
yeah,
bunch
and
of
you know what?
I
You're
don't see a bunch
absolutely
I,
right, but
I
you're
don't see
not
a bunch of
quite
high end accomplished black folk
right.
dealing
Well,
with
exactly.
police issues.
Exactly. You get my point. You are more when I say more likely, that means the more times you interact with the police, the more likely it is to happen. Okay, I'm old and all that stuff. I'm less likely to be roughed up by the police than my son is.
So then why use energies towards that community that wants
Well,
to?
I didn't.
No, I'm just saying in general because we're talking about
Well, no,
in
no, no, no,
general.
no, no. Let's not talk general. Let's hold it to BLM.
Right, we're talking
I'm
about the
not
BLM
likely
issue.
I'm not likely to protest with BLM over a systemic issue like this. But my son might be more likely. Now I doubt that he would. He's not, he's never struck me as a joiner. But if young people who are more likely to have an encounter with the police want to protest something that's demonstrably systemic, Roland Fryer would back that up with his report. I don't see a problem with them protesting it. Now, how you protest, hold on, how you protest might be a problem, but the fact that you protest something that's demonstrably systemic, especially if you're young and more likely to interact with the police, I see that as perfectly appropriate.
It had nothing to do with just age. It had to do with what the people were involved in and in the locations. These
You're speaking gobbledygook. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Roland Fryer's study. I've read it. He actually part of his study
I
was
read it too,
okay.
SKC.
Part of his study was done right here in Houston.
Yeah, I know that, SKC.
So, and the parts of Houston that he went on those ride arounds with were
I
in.
don't care about where he went. I care
But
about
that's
the
what I'm saying.
report.
That's integral to my argument.
Okay, so why can't we just limit it to what we read in the report?
Right. What is in the report states inner city.
And
that in itself goes back to what you originally said so far as why should I sit up here and be worried about what
okay, listen to what I said, because what you're arguing is you seem to have not heard what I said. Okay, I said that what BLM was protesting was a systemic issue
in inner cities.
Okay, you know what?
Amongst the low crowd.
A good portion of dude. Okay, I think you might not quite get my argument. It is a systemic issue. It is not just in the inner cities. If you start looking at how the one study, it wasn't Roland Fryer, where blacks are less likely to be stopped by cops at night. They're more likely to be stopped by cops during the day, traffic stops I'm talking about. Policing is a systemic problem where blacks are more likely to wind up on the wrong side of an encounter with the police, that is demonstrable. Okay, I don't think you can refute that. My argument is I
Obviously,
do not have a problem. I do not have a problem with BLM protesting a systemic issue.
it seems as though you are leaving out a vital part of Roland Fryer's study.
Okay,
The
what you want to do, is talk about this only being a problem in the inner city.
That's not what I want to do.
Okay, then what are you trying to do?
What I'm saying is in his study, the reason why the Obama administration and others did not even want him to publish the study is that he stated, yes, those things are true, but there are other parts of the study showing how the roughing up part also had to do with resistance.
Okay,
and that just because he was stating that just because we see numbers that say, oh, these people are more roughed up and so forth, that doesn't mean that you can't just automatically equate that to some sort of systematic issue. What about the behavior?
Yes, I can actually equate it with a systemic issue.
And what he was showing,
I can do that.
Okay,
even though
he was showing why they did not want him to publish the study.
Part of the resistance is a systemic issue also.
What he was showing is that they were distinct.
You're gonna let me finish, SKC, because you see what you're trying to do is subtly. You're trying to subtly get away from my argument.
I'm not trying to get
a system. Well, dude, let me re-emphasize my argument, please.
I'm just saying the totality.
The resistance, the need to resist is a systemic issue also. Why people don't trust the cops is a systemic issue.
Okay. I'm just trying not to omit that.
Okay. You haven't. It's still a systemic issue.
It's a part of the reason of why the extra roughing up occurred. It was
okay.
No. Of the people involved.
Okay. How does that change my argument?
It add context.
Well, the context just kind of reinforces my argument. There is a systemic issue with police encounters.
People.
And it's not. I'm not saying it's all on the cop side. I never said that.
No. I didn't say you said that. I'm just saying that's what the study says. The study says
and the study shows a systemic issue. I think we can both, if people are scared of the cops, that is a systemic issue.
Oh, so fear means defiance?
No, it means it's a trust issue. For some reason, the black community, and since you want to concentrate on the inner city, but I'm just going to say the whole black community, or let's just say the young people in the black community.
No, I don't.
Because of very
young people.
If you want to just concentrate on that study, you just go right ahead.
You were the one who referenced
it. In the black community and in the younger parts of the black community, there are systemic issues. And if BLM wants to go out and protest a systemic issue, I think that's appropriate. It may even be misguided, but it's still appropriate.
I think what you're saying is inaccurate.
Well, I think it is accurate.
On one end, you're saying that the majority of black people are not what John Galt, Be Brave state. I agree with you.
No, I didn't say the majority. I didn't even make that argument. My argument is that all the black community is not monolithic. That's
correct. I agree. I agree with you. But you have
therefore, when they say that the black community this or the black community that, it's not monolithic, and therefore it is not everybody in the black community's problem if there's a crime issue in the inner city.
Correct. However, you state the opposite when it comes to young people. Young blacks
I don't
own
care
it
about
is their problem.
I don't care about young people. I'm talking about the community at large. I don't think it's all young black people's problem either.
So
My only
that's what I'm
thing,
saying to
okay,
you is
dude, let me finish what my point is. I think young people are more prone to interact with the cops, regardless of where they live, than older blacks are.
okay. I agree with that, but I don't think that there's some systematic issue with young black people and the police.
No. I think there is a systemic problem with policing in America that disproportionately affects the black community. And within the black community, it disproportionately affects young people because they're more prone to interact with the cops.
Okay, and that statement right there, I will link to, and the rationale for that is due to what Elijah Anderson wrote back in 1999. That the code of the street mentality has overridden the decent mentality in overarching black culture, particularly as you go younger and younger.
That could be.
And that is what I'm saying so far as that precision of argument that goes beyond what the two guys that you're talking about. There is field work that
Okay,
shows
but let me ask
long
you a question.
evidences of this, and it almost it's prescient to show that this was bound to occur.
Okay, but if the code of the street is overtaking, I'm not even sure that's a parenting problem, maybe. And you could make the argument that it's a black problem, but I don't know that the code of the street hasn't leaked out of the black community and is affecting young whites in particular either.
Oh, of course, there's going to be spillage, but the
Okay,
parents,
but I don't know.
but the parents transfer culture.
Well, that's true. And, I think I've stated earlier that I think Gen X did a particularly bad job of parenting. And that's just my opinion. I don't, I'm not into sociology and probably won't bother going and, researching it. But going back to, my original premise, or one of my original premises, is that the black culture, even if there's code creep, I'll call it street code creep. Even so, that doesn't negate my point that the black community is not monolithic. The black community crime in the, black inner city is not a black communal problem. It is very localized. You can make the argument that people in the community might bear some responsibility. Even then, I think it's limited responsibility, but that's arguable. The credit to your race argument, or, in John Galt's words, the blacks, the blacks are getting bad. The blacks are this, the blacks are that. I think John Galt is talking about himself. I think he is a race grifter. Every bit of race grifter is BLM. If you think BLM was a bunch of race grifters, I think the anti-black blacks are race grifters as well.
Yeah, I think, and this is just my own little spiel on that, Stanley. I think a lot of the people who are engaged in those conversations have, I don't know, some sort of either survivor's guilt, or they feel some sort of they feel out of place with ascending to other heights and moving on and having value systems that transcend that culture. And
okay, well, see, I wouldn't use the word transcend as much as, I mean, because I don't think, to be honest, you'll never convince me that, quote, white culture is any better than street culture. Now, that's more a historical argument, maybe. Not so much a 2025, presentist sort of argument. But I think basically what people will say is violent crime is worse than other types of crime. And I guess that's arguable. But I struggle to say that, hey, if I move from the hood to a golf community, that, the golf community's culture is better than the hood culture. That hood person may have a problem, doing as the Romans do, but I'm not sure that I'm willing to go that, coming out of the hood, sticking a pinky up when you drink your tea. I don't think that's refinement. I don't think it's better culture.
I didn't name a particular culture. I mean, you did, but
Well,
all I said,
I'm just trying to kind of,
yeah,
pull an analogy.
right. Again, my argument lends towards the idea that all cultures are not equal.
No, all cultures are not equal all the time and everywhere. Okay. I think that there's a branch of sociology called comparative culture. I think comparative culture is a crock.
Yeah, I think you believe that, and you've told me this before. That's where we draw our line in the sand. But I just think if you can look at
Think about
results,
it though. I mean, you know what? Going and acting like, you grew up in a golf community into the middle of the hood, which culture's better? My argument is the culture that, helps you survive is the better culture.
yeah, I don't think so. I think that the culture that helps you to thrive is the better culture. So I don't think survival culture
Well,
is
survive. Well, I mean, thriving in the hood, I get your point though. But thriving isn't something you do in the hood, really.
correct. The culture doesn't lend to that.
But that's me, outside looking in. Maybe there is such a thing as thriving in the hood. But the bottom line is I'm not so willing to do that, absolutism when it comes to culture. I think it depends on what the culture is, where you are with the culture, and when. So, but that's my quirk. And again, I'm not a sociologist. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean we're trading opinions here, so that you're in good company. But the idea that I would say more of the extreme left, particularly when it comes to anthropology, that all cultures are equal. No way.
Okay, well, I don't know which extreme left you're talking about because the left progressives, they're not relativists. Relativism is actually more a liberal thing, like with a capital L, than it is a progressive thing.
Yeah. When it comes to that,
because remember, the progressives think that anything that's not of socialist or Marxist flavor is bad. So they rank cultures and all that stuff all the time. They're more prone to do it than a liberal would be.
I don't know when it comes to the anthropological model, and I know it's not perfect, but I would lean more towards your old school Margaret Meads than what's taught in school today.
Well, I've never read Margaret Mead. I know who she is.
But yeah, there are stark differences, and I think the results prove that over time. Now, going back to the, I would say the original argument when we were saying about the BLM stuff. My thought was is that the culmination of all of that was long written about by some Black sociologists, and they noted that there was this oncoming demise or reckoning, as it were, that was going to come forth. Elijah Anderson in his field
Okay,
work.
well, describe the reckoning.
Okay, so Orlando Patterson, he built upon Elijah Anderson's code of the street field work, and he stated how Black America was facing certain disintegration because
Okay, well, one thing that's very John Galt like, there is no one Black America.
okay, so you gotta take the whole John Galt thing out. John Galt did not do.
Okay, well, I'll disagree. I'll
Deep
disagree.
field work
I'll
on all of it.
disagree with your sociologist. There
Right.
is no one Black America, and quite frankly, if
That's
it's that stark, where people are just like saying, "Well, there is one Black America," Stanley and P. Diddy are pretty much the same culturally. We're going to deal with the both of them, like if he's basically describing a vigilante future where white people just say, hey, all Black America is one thing, then I hope he's wrong. And if that's the case, there's something messed up with white America if they can't figure out shades of gray.
Yeah, no, that wasn't his argument. He stated that there were various subgroups within Black America. He stated that he actually
Okay, well,
inserted-
I don't see it as a demise for all of Black America. I don't think there is such a thing as an all Black America.
right. He
Black
was
America is not one thing.
he didn't make that argument. He was just stating when
Well, what is
people
his argument? He said there will be a demise or something like that for
correct,
Black America.
correct.
It sounds like he's thinking there's a one demise for a one Black America.
No, he stated how these various subgroups will face demise in very different ways.
Okay, well, there should not be demise for all the subgroups, is what I'm saying.
Right.
There shouldn't be what happens in the hood should not affect me who's never lived in the hood. That's my point.
Right. And what he was stating is take for instance of your class. What he was stating particularly of your class is that from the outside looking in, and also from a lot of people that come from the street style, which I think you faced on this channel, you are maybe often accused of selling out. That there'll be like some tug between your individual progress and some collective racial loyalty and so forth. Those would be, he said, those would be things that people of your group, that if you were to engage in conversation or activity with people from the other status groups, that's how they would view you, and those would be
Oh,
the
I don't
things
give
that
a
you would
fuck what they
face.
think. I
Right.
mean, maybe some
I'm not saying,
people would.
right. I'm not saying
But
that.
see, I don't think that. Now, see, I don't think that's a demise. I mean, if now I could see, like, if this were like a job that I got to do to support a family, I guess that would be a demise. But in my particular situation, I know what they think, and I'm fine with that.
Right. And that what he was stating is eventually that when those various groups would be countering each other and fighting each other at some point.
Well, how do you mean fighting? You mean fighting for the culture?
The beginnings of it is what you're doing right now. You have
Okay, well, I don't see like
you have long form conversations about anti-black blacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Orlando Patterson wrote back in 2010 that you would be doing exactly this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's pretty predictable. But a long form disagreement, I wouldn't exactly call that, even consequential. Now, of course, I don't have that kind of power, and this format isn't like a policy making platform. But the bottom line is that I think I'm right. I think that anti-black blacks are a bigger problem than crime in the inner city. I think, I think the street code you're talking about is exactly what John Galt is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
So
some of the
street code calling out street code. I don't know what to make of that phenomenon.
well,
The street,
this is what
street code know that he's being street code.
well in disintegration, some of what Orlando Patterson was stating, like I was stating earlier, that there would be like this, internal tension and resentment between the various groups. There would also, as you stated, but he stated it in writing, that there would be an exploitation of this underclass narrative by outside groups. It says, he stated that there would be like some sort of what do you call it? A public perception of black identity, and it will become distorted and extremely negative.
Okay, and who's the outside group?
He just said outside groups.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now
that they would exploit
and I'm not going to even bother disagreeing with you.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is that the people like, black conservatives, your what's his name, Jason Whitlocks and all, they're the only people who care. But to me, when I stated that, they care because they basically think all black people are accountable for those negative perceptions. I don't think all black people are responsible for the negative perceptions. And if people outside the group can't figure that out, that's their problem, not mine.
Right. No, he also stated that as the future grows, that there would be young people who would face this duality of pursuing academic excellence or street credibility. And I think that that's been being shown over and over and over.
You'd have to give me concrete examples of that. I don't know that. I've not observed that anecdotally.
Okay.
And my anecdote is the 19-year-old. I haven't seen him wanting to be street.
Yeah. He stated that there would be confusions over what constitutes black culture as the future grows, because there's this, this underclass narrative and how it's getting
Okay, but
mixed
let
in.
me tell you how to counter that. Start being your own person. You can be black and an individualist.
No, he's not stating how to counter.
Well, no, I'm not fussing or even countering. I'm just saying what he sees as a problem, I don't see as a problem. I don't think I think it's a problem if you let it be a problem. I don't think it's inevitable, I guess is what I'm saying.
He stated how a lot of policymakers and schools would be treating Black Americans as a monolith, as if
but that's been a forever problem. That's not a new phenomenon.
And how it would be blanketed with DEI initiatives. Yes, he brought that up way back then.
Okay, I don't really get the relevance of that point.
Okay. Okay. If you believe that
okay, no. I literally don't see it. I'm not being funny. What does DEI have to do with culture?
That certain people believe that in order for their offspring to succeed, that they require DEI initiatives. That's a cultural.
Okay, well, that's
that comes from parent to child.
Okay, well,
As a parent, I
I
need to
don't.
fight for these DEI
Well,
initiatives for
maybe
the
his
future.
understanding
For
of
the
what
future.
DEI is different than mine,
Okay.
because DEI wasn't like affirmative action.
Okay.
DEI, I mean, I'm sure there's overlap and stuff like that, but affirmative action was a totally different thing than DEI.
Okay. I don't think he didn't make mention of affirmative action.
Right, but I'm saying, I mean, why would someone need DEI? DEI is not the sort of thing, at least in my understanding, that's going to help you get a job. I mean, it'll help you be considered for a job. You know,
Right.
they're not going to, but it's not going to help you get the job. You got to be qualified to get the job.
Right. However,
So how does DEI have anything to do with your qualifications to get a job?
right. And as he was stating, the policymakers, the schools, the places, people like the NEA, the teachers union, they don't have the same viewpoint as you. They
Okay,
see it
well
as
then they're wrong. They
they
are
see it,
wrong.
and
Then they are fucked up, but that's
and
a problem that can be fixed.
and
Okay,
they
anyone who thinks DEI is like something you can teach your kid to take advantage of, DEI does not mean you don't have to be qualified for the job.
all right. So there we go. But again, all this was spoken about.
Okay, well, hold on before we move on. It's not come to fruition. Okay,
It
there is
has.
nothing about DEI. I mean, like when I go to college or I apply to college, there's no DEI that's going to. It's not like affirmative action where race plays into it. DEI is not a race thing.
Okay.
Harvard's not going to give you a couple points because you're black or anything like that. DEI wasn't like affirmative action.
Okay.
DEI just basically means that, hey, we're looking for diversity. The Pentagon is a good example where, you know, when they cut out DEI programs, part of DEI was veteran status. You know, veteran status is not a race or sex or, you know, it's not a protected class. Protected classes are not, they may intersect with DEI, but DEI didn't so much care about civil rights style protected classes. If you're a veteran, that's part of DEI, you know, et cetera. So I don't get his point.
So okay. Well, I mean
You don't raise your kids to take advantage of their veteran status because they don't have that qualification. You know? So
okay, and that's fine. All I'm saying is that the Supreme Court ruled against it in 2023, which
okay,
directly
whoa. They
equates
ruled
to
against DEI or
yes,
affirmative action.
yes, no DEI.
Okay,
They
well, so
the
what?
the,
So
the
what?
decision the
Okay, dude,
decision
hold
dismantled
on.
the DEI program.
Before you do an American man here, I literally told you what DEI was. Now, if DEI spun out of control, I will admit that, you know, affirmative action and DEI and all this stuff, when they first start out, they actually are a good thing. And then once the government or just any bureaucracy, corporate bureaucracy or anything gets their claws into it, these programs tend to be ruined. Bureaucracies just tend to do that. My statement that DEI was not like affirmative action, just because the Supreme Court struck it down, that doesn't affect my argument. So
Yeah.
you don't raise your kids to take advantage of DEI status. I'm still struggling to figure out what DEI has to do with race.
Right. What it has to
Directly.
do, what it has to do with is you had a culture of people, and I'm
No,
talking about
American man, I just happened to see you in the chat. I wasn't thinking about you before I saw your name pop up in the chat.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. How it connects is that from
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
yeah, from Elijah Anderson, what he was stating was is that here you have this code of the street, this street culture in it that focuses in on a lot of free government handouts and being living off of um, the social catch net, as it were, and the idea of later those children growing to lean on DEI standards for admissions, for jobs, for other things connects with what later in disintegration it would
I
talk
think
about
he's
so far.
wrong.
And so when you have that mentality of wanting these, just gimme something for nothing type of
Okay,
program.
what does DEI have to do with free handouts?
Okay, what do you think was being done at the colleges? If you don't deserve to be there, and then somebody gives you somebody's spot
Okay, I think
who is
both
more
you and your
qualified.
sociologist need to figure out what DEI is.
Okay, so that's not a gimme. Somebody else deserves something, but they give it to you.
That's not DEI.
Okay, well, again, I would just say go see SCOTUS. They didn't view it that way.
Are you confusing DEI? Because 2023 was the affirmative action cases that the Asians brought.
Right.
Right. Affirmative action isn't DEI. They were litigating affirmative action, not DEI.
Okay.
Well, no, I read the cases. Both of them.
Okay.
It was literally affirmative action that was being litigated, not DEI.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm 100% positive. I actually, not only did I hear the cases, I read the cases. The Justice Roberts, I read the dissents, and Justice Thomas actually did a separate thing from Justice Roberts. So, and it wasn't DEI.
Okay.
So,
I disagree, but okay.
well, you don't have to agree or disagree. I know I'm right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You can disagree or agree. I'm literally know I'm right.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm
Because
not.
I listened to not only the Harvard, but the UNC case. And so unfortunately, I'm intimately familiar.
Now, when you state, was it specific about affirmative action and so on? Yes, I
Yes,
agree.
it was specifically about affirmative action.
But what was DEI linked? Yes, it was.
And it shouldn't have been.
But it was. That's
And
all I'm saying.
I actually don't recall.
Whether it
I
shouldn't and all
actually
that other
don't
stuff, was
recall
it linked?
DEI.
Yes, it was.
I don't recall DEI being a big issue. If it's in the minutia, I don't remember it, but it shouldn't have been. DEI is nothing like affirmative action.
Okay. The the goals so far as how they were approaching admissions was intimately linked with DEI.
I disagree.
In fact, Harvard and UNC immediately after the case linked and came out and stated
Okay,
DEI is justification.
before you get too far down into this rabbit hole, it was literally race. Considering race was part of the decision. They literally ruled that race cannot be part of the decision or the admissions process. Okay, if you go and you actually read the case, affirmative action is mentioned. Literally, affirmative action was made illegal. DEI just got dealt with this year. So I don't know I don't know where you're making this link. DEI survived those two cases.
Okay. We would have to have that discussion in another day.
No. There's no reason to have the discussion. I'm right. You need to catch up. You need to catch up is my position on this.
Okay.
DEI
When I
got dealt with by Trump this year.
Yeah, when I get back,
Hold on. If the Supreme Court ruled in 2023 that it was illegal, why did Trump have to deal with it in executive orders?
I didn't say that they ruled it was illegal back in 2023.
I thought I heard you say that.
No,
and
I
if
said
it was intimately linked with affirmative action, as you say, how did it survive that decision? It wasn't so intimately linked.
If you ask me the question, I can answer it in one sentence.
It was not. No. It was a rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical question.
DEI was the philosophical backdrop, not the legal focus.
Okay, well, I only care about the legal focus.
All right. So then,
okay, they don't.
Later,
the Supreme Court can't rule on philosophy. They can rule. They rule on law.
Which is why the EO came later.
Okay, let me remind you that they deal with legal cases, not philosophical.
Which is why the EO came later.
Okay, all I have to say is that the Supreme Court. I'm looking at what they actually ruled on. The metaphysics I leave to people like you.
Okay.
So I think I understand your point now.
Yeah, the results. I looked at the results, and after the case, all of the people who were involved in the various DEI programs were going ham.
Okay.
Now, if the case didn't affect anything that had to do with DEI, why were the hit dogs hollering?
You know what? You'll have to tell me.
I'll make that connection.
You'll have to make that connection because I didn't hear them holler.
Yeah, I can prove it. And when I get back, because I can say it, I've got to head out to our property out in the country today. But when I get back and I'm in front of my PC and I'm able to do a full production of it, I'll do that. I'll go ahead and revisit that. I've done it before. I love the whole education bit of these arguments, and I've already have the information.
Well, I look forward to you educating me. You know how I always love it when you educate me.
I won't educate you. It's just all it is just shedding light on things that people probably hadn't taken time to look at. That's it. I'm not that smart.
Well, I still, I'm still going to go back to my original premise, and it's not with the Supreme Court stuff. It's because I want to twist that knife a little bit more, that the anti-blacks, like American Man, for instance, are more damaging to the so-called black community than the white racists are.
That may be,
black people being self-destructive, like the anti-black blacks are. I fear them more, and I don't fear them much, by the way, but I fear them more than the Be Braves of the world.
Okay, so which one do you think is worse, the anti-blacks or like the, as they would call them? I think the what is it, the going name for them right now, the colloquial name, the YNs, the young the young Negroes that are going around carjacking and killing people and gang.
The anti-blacks.
You say the anti-blacks are worst?
Yes.
Oh wow. How do you quantify that?
Well, most of that sort of stuff happens in in inner city, right? in
No, it's progressively
urban
happening more
environment.
it's progressively happening in more
Okay,
upper
I'm not
class white
asking
neighborhoods.
about the progression. I'm saying, and maybe you can confirm it or correct it. Most of this stuff happens in urban environments.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I think anti-blacks.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Sowell doesn't live in an urban environment.
No.
So I think that what happens in South Atlanta, a carjacking in in Atlanta, the hood in Atlanta doesn't affect the black community coast to coast, the so-called black community coast to coast. I think someone like a Thomas Sowell has way more reach, or Glenn Lowry, or John Galt for that matter.
You think that John Galt has more reach than, I don't know, some sort of hoodlum rapper
Yes,
that is talking about
I do.
drilling and killing people?
Okay, I'm talking about the carjacker.
Yeah, a lot of times they are the carjacker. They
Oh,
preach about.
you know what? Then I didn't realize, but I mean, like some hoodlum, to use an old fashioned word, that jacks a car. Um, you may know who he is if you're local or in the city.
Mm,
People
yeah.
know John Galt all over the world.
No, I think people know more about the what would they call them, the Kia boys, than they know about John Galt.
Okay, what I'm saying is your average hoodlum who's not a rapper, and I will go out on a limb, and I could be wrong. I'm just going out on a limb. Most of the little drug crime and the the carjacking and stuff like that are
Uh-huh.
people you have no clue who they are.
Yeah, we know who they are.
And how do we
They
know?
have much more of a following online. If you were to go in and just plug in on YouTube Kia boys, you have a group of individuals who are
Okay,
online.
I have no well, you know what? I know maybe I'm not a good example because I know who John Galt is. I don't know who the Kia boys are.
Right, and they have much
Is
more
it
of
a
a
rap
following.
group?
No,
Are they a rap group?
no, it is a phenomenon of young
Okay. Well,
hoodlums throughout America.
maybe I'm not clear. The individual Kia boy who steals a Kia, I may or may not know, and probably won't know what his name is, how to contact him, when to listen to him. I know how to contact, listen to John Galt, and people all over the internet probably
Yes,
know.
yes, yeah, and
Okay,
yet,
so
and yet,
I'm
the people.
saying the anti-black blacks who have
What
a
you're
voice
saying,
online are
saying
more
isn't tracking.
damaging.
What you're saying isn't tracking, because what I'm telling you
Okay,
is
you know what? It may not be tracking with you.
no, it's not tracking with
What I'm
YouTube.
saying is the anti-black
It's
blacks.
not tracking with YouTube. The same thing that John Galt is on. If you were to type in Kia Boys right now and go and look
Okay,
at their
I'm
page,
not talking
they have
about the
more of
group.
a following
Stop doing
than.
the group think. Stop doing
It's
the
not a
group
group.
think.
It's not a group.
I'm talking about an individual. An individual, one person who jacks a car.
Let's look at
I will
one page
probably
versus one
not
page.
know that person's name.
Okay, well then let's look at one page versus one page. One channel versus one channel. These in
There's a
the
Kia Boy channel?
yes, describing
Oh,
what they
there
do.
is? Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what I was trying to convey to you. That they are online right now. That they have a digital presence online, describing the
Let's
very
see.
crimes that they do, encouraging other people to do the exact thing that they do, and they have probably a 10,000 fold following than John would ever hope to have.
Okay, well, you know what? I've been educated. I still think some random 16-year-old who's not a Kia Boy, but he could be influenced. So let me do this then. Let me amend it and say that the YNs and the anti-blacks are both internal threats each of them bigger than, say, white racists. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
I'm sorry?
And that holds to
You're a little muffled.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And that holds to the thought process that this idea of, this boogeyman or white supremacist is a huge issue. No, it's not. There's a lot of internal issues within, I would say, the subgroups within Black America that are of more of a monumental more concern.
Okay, well, I'm looking. Well, Dolomite. Now that I know what a Kia boy is, I'm willing to admit that they are an equal threat to the anti-black black. And quite frankly, depending on who the anti-black is, I think that. Well, I think both are just internal threats, and both of them less or more of a threat than your average, like, garden variety white racist.
And I agree. And the whole thing about, like, this whole thing, like say, like, the Kia boys and everything, that's just one subset of a myriad of other subsets that I could share to you. But so I don't think that your argument tracks with the John Galt, Be Brave, or such an
Oh, wait, hold it.
Anti-black.
Okay, well, you haven't dissuaded me. You haven't dissuaded me. My basic points are still. I'm unconvinced. I think John Galt is part of the problem. That's if anything's destroying the black community, the anti-blacks are as big a threat as the YNs.
Okay. Yeah.
Because in my opinion, John Galt is a YN.
Yeah, I would say quantify it. When I say quantify it, and I'm looking at people being murdered and their property being damaged, I just don't see how the quote unquote anti-blacks are doing that sort of quantifiable damage to people.
Well, no. I mean, they're damaging in different ways.
Right. So then we have to qualify that damage. I don't think that.
Okay. Well, let me do that, because Dave says
when you put lives being lost to rhetoric, I just don't see how one can be worse than the other.
So Kia boys are killing people?
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are. I didn't know that either.
Yes, they carjack, run over, shoot people. They drive their stolen cars into ongoing traffic. They take the cars sometimes, and they don't even want them.
Well, let me go back, because
and smash them.
Now that you're telling me all this, I don't think it's a crime problem. I don't think they affect law-abiding blacks unless they're killing blacks. I mean,
they are killing blacks.
Okay, but what I'm maybe talking. We may be talking past each other. When I say that John Galt or the anti-black blacks are more damaging, I mean maybe more in a metaphysical sense. I don't think people won't say that all blacks are Kia boys. People won't. Now, there are people like John Galt who think that the Kia boys, I'm responsible and I should be doing something about the Kia boys.
Yeah, I get you on that. But
I think that's ridiculous. I think that is at least metaphysically damaging to the black community.
I've never pictured you the one to delve into the metaphysics.
I do when it's handy. I think, and the reason I think, because you reinforce this black fatigue thing. Okay, crime, black people the black community is not responsible for the Kia boys. People like John Galt and B. Brave say that 70% or whatever the number is, hey, we're making excuses for the Kia boys.
I think
And
now,
I just dem-
now some of that is correct.
no, none of it is correct.
Okay, so why are these young hoodlums being released instead of being jailed?
No idea. That's a legal question.
And right,
Most black people are not lawyers.
correct. But the individuals who have been voted into positions of
Okay, are you saying they're all black? Are all those DAs blacks?
The majority of them are.
You'd have to prove that.
Okay, I can prove it.
Here is where I'm going, because I want to, before I go down one of your rabbit holes, what I'm saying, like, I didn't even know who the Kia boys were. How could I make an excuse for them?
That's not
all I'm saying is that black people,
many of which who are black, are making excuses for them.
Okay, and I disagree. If individuals are doing it, it's not a community effort. It's not 70%. You're implying
No. I'm not saying 70. I don't throw that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if individual DAs are making excuses, that's a legal thing. That's not a black thing.
Right, but who are the people who wanted them in charge?
Okay, I don't give a shit about any of that.
The black community.
The
black community.
The black community.
More people that look like us in these places to represent us.
Their voting public wanted them in there. Okay,
correct.
There is no black community in the way that you guys are suggesting it.
No. I'm not saying you're throwing me in with another group. I'm saying,
well, you're starting to sound like
I'm saying the local black community in those areas.
Okay, well, hey, then you know what? The local black community has to deal with it, but I don't.
Correct. I'm not saying that you should. I'm saying that you shouldn't have to deal with it.
Well, put a qualifier in there. Don't say the black community, say the local black community. That way I understand what you're getting at.
Touche.
This is the other thing. The anti-black blacks can't be precise in their language. And I think it's actually deliberate. Precision would kill a lot of their arguments, and it would defang them.
Well, and you're right, but precision doesn't really exist in metaphysics either.
Well, I don't think John Galt and the anti-black blacks are making a metaphysical argument.
Right, but it's like you can't at the same time say that other people aren't being precise, but then delve into metaphysics.
I didn't delve into it. I said that metaphysical damage is being done.
Right. And it's such an imprecise argument.
Right. Well, you know what? Whatever. I guess you're not quite getting it. The anti-black blacks are doing more damage than the racist whites are. That was my original premise, and I don't think that's even been challenged.
No, I haven't challenged that, and I don't.
I also think these guys are what they're describing. What is John Galt but a nightshade?
That may be the case. That you may have cracked the the Da Vinci Code with that one. I don't know, but and I would love to hear your expounding of that point of view. Because I have no idea.
I think it's self-evident. And then two, the black community is not responsible for black crime. Okay, and I'll just put out that very broad statement. Because number one, there is no coast to coast black community. And crime is not a black problem, and it's framed that way, and it's simply not.
Okay. Well, that's certainly an argument. I think that if I would love to hear you guys discuss that at some point.
Well, when I say no, because they don't get what I'm trying to get.
Oh,
Okay. When you say, to me, when you say crime is a black problem or
mm-hmm,
black culture has a problem, that
mm-hmm.
means everybody in the culture. That means you're painting the whole community, the whole quote community, with a broad brush. And I don't want to do that.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong with black culture. There may be something wrong with parts of black culture, but
Mm-hmm.
to say the whole barrel is rotten, because that basically what they're saying is one rotten apple spoils the bunch, and I don't think that works in this case.
Yeah, it's an argument. I'll put that.
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
agree.
think
I
it's
don't
an
agree with
argument.
it. I
I
don't
don't
agree
think
with
it's
it.
an
I don't
well,
agree
you're
with
an
its precision.
anti-black.
I don't agree with its precision. I'm not talking about your argument. I'm talking about their argument. I don't think that it's a. I think that there's a lot of holes in it that resemble Swiss cheese, but
Well, I don't think there's a hole in it. I think it's just outright wrong. And if it's performance, I get that. But as far as any sort of argument that holds water, it's just not.
yeah. Well, we're saying the same thing.
And as a matter of fact, it's just outright racist.
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, well, I do. I
No,
have the courage of
yeah.
I
I
have
would
the courage of my convictions.
Yeah, I would just listen to your argument on the racism. But.
Okay, Genesee Ben, besides not being black, there may or may not be material damage, but my argument is they're basically doing metaphysical damage. What they're doing is encouraging people like a Be Brave and others to basically it's, oh hey, well, if the actual black in the hood thinks the hood is fucked up and black culture's fucked up, then he's an authority. And they don't understand what the black community is, and that there really is no contiguous all blacks are alike, or homogenous. And I'm not sure John does, to be honest.
Wow, that's
I mean, well, those motherfuckers think if you marry outside your race, you're not black.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not gonna convince myself that he really knows what black is.
Hey, like I stated, it's an argument that has a lot of holes in it. And
So
again,
I think that anyone who thinks that if you marry outside your race, you're not black, actually doesn't know what black is.
well, and that's what I'm saying is that's why I don't understand at some points, and I'm not accusing you of this, but some points, even trying to begin to align what I'm saying with what these other people have stated, it's like, come on, I'm
Well,
married
we
outside
did.
of my race. What are we talking
You
about?
did. You did state the true thing that we did talk about, that you arrive at your conclusions by a different route. And yeah, I have to admit that I kind of tend to forget that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's like it's one thing to to go back to all this anti-black stuff. It's one thing to just jump out and say, "Oh, I watched a bunch of videos and so forth," and a totally different route to say, "No, I've read material on this that existed way before any of this phenomenon existed, and I've held to those viewpoints for quite some time." I think that those are mounts. There's mountains of difference there.
Right. All right. Well, let's see. We just passed the 4-hour mark. It's 8.
Well, 7 where I'm at.
Oh yeah. What was I going to say here? Look at the chat.
I was about to be mad for a second when you said 8. I was like, oh man, I'm supposed to be on the tractor by now.
Yeah, I'm east.
Yeah.
There are many who don't now, volatile. Put the jelly beans. Oh, you can hear me chewing them, huh, Dave?
Oh, you're a jelly bean guy?
Oh yeah. I got a I can hold like 5 pounds of jelly beans in this vase. This vase I have.
Oh man, I used to be of that ilk. I had to pull myself away from it about 10 or 12 years ago.
But it's really the only sweet thing that I eat. I'm not really that much of a sweet tooth, but jelly beans are my thing. Lou, you bring up a good point. Objectively safer, but I wanna also point out, and you'll be surprised to hear me say this, but just because crime has come down doesn't mean it's not a problem. Okay, horrible, that it's not horrible, it's only bad now. That is better, but it's still a problem. Bad is still a problem.
Yeah. Now I 100% agree with that. It's that idea of argument saying that, oh man, crime is gonna, it's like, yeah, but no.
Well, it means we're moving in the right direction, but that doesn't mean we just kind of go and accept the status quo. It needs to get better.
Yeah, it's like yeah. I with this whole anti-black thing, like what made you, how did you surmise this? I'm trying to see what was
Over the months, and it's mostly anecdotal.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I hear these people talk, and I think that it's gotten so bad to where I'll catch 5 or 10 minutes of some of this black bashing, and then just have enough of it that I can't listen to it anymore.
Oh wow.
I mean, I just don't think you can watch a body cam video and talk about black culture being so fucked up. That's just one body cam video.
Yeah, that's an argument, but here's a counter. What happens when it becomes 500 videos?
Videos, you know what? When you can
1,500.
tabulate it and put it into a data table, so it's a lot easier to digest. I'm more inclined, and maybe it's the scientist in me. Just because you watched a video does not make it, credible as a phenomenon.
Right. Yeah, like you said, a video. Yeah, that's not my question. My question is,
if you watch 1,500 videos, number one, you don't know if those people actually wind up getting convicted. There are a lot of things that videos don't satisfy.
But what happened if a person were to do like the field work and go in and look at the videos, also look at what happened after and before the case, and plot all of that data?
Well, when that happens, I'll reconsider.
And that is what I stated.
But until that happens, my position remains the same. A couple body cam videos, and you want to just condemn all black culture, I just don't see that as a credible argument.
Yeah.
Unless you were inclined to just, you're not going to sway any opinions. Like, you're not going to convince me that, all black culture is making excuses for some crack hoe stealing from Walmart. That's not black culture. Most people, a crack hoe, if you think that a crack hoe stealing from Walmart equals black culture, and that those who don't do it are gonna do it, it's just a matter of time. I have a problem with that kind of argument.
Hey, I agree with you 100%. 100%. I absolutely agree with you. But the hypocrisy that I see on the side of I would say the BLMites is that the same argument stands. You looked at a
Well,
video and then you tried to make it out to be
well, let me.
some sort of mainstream. This happens every day.
Well, it happened.
We need to stop this. It's like no, no, no.
Well,
You
no,
saw you
that's the
saw a
same.
video
That's the
and then
same
you
bad
reacted
argument. It's just the
animalistically.
other side of the coin.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is in that way, I look at both of those styles of arguments with the same mindset and eye.
Well,
The same critical view.
the problem is they're saying the same thing. They're both saying black culture is made up of crackos, you know, stealing from Walmart. One's
Yeah.
trying to justify it, and the other's trying to, condemn it. It's the same, but they're kind of reaching the same thing, that black culture is fucked up. Just they disagree on the causes. And
Right.
I'm saying black culture isn't fucked up because black culture is not 45 million crackos.
Right, which is all of the things that Orlando Patterson said in Disintegration.
Right. Well, I guess I should reserve judgment until when and if I read the book. I'm just going to say that, being my age, I've seen plenty of black people. I've lived in the South for probably 80 to 90% of my life. And I've literally, I don't know anybody who's been arrested. Not to say it hasn't happened, but, maybe it's just the company I keep or what have you. I'm just unwilling, as a black person who grew up in the culture, to just condemn it outright because of some body cam video.
Yeah, I agree with you. And in that, in my
And
entire life,
1,500 of them, you could watch, 1,500 in what, a week? 1,500 over 10 years? There are a lot of things that come into whether it's a problem or not.
yeah, and in that, I was thinking in my mind. I didn't state it out right, but I was thinking in my mind within a year. But I think
1,500 in a year isn't bad. There's way more shoplifting incidents than that. And then, you know what? The other thing is, what about the white crack hose? Okay, is it an American
is this
problem
what
or a
about is
specific?
just using
No, no, no,
exact
no,
words?
no, no,
What
no.
about?
This isn't a this isn't a whataboutism. What if this is a phenomenon that transcends race?
I don't know.
Just concentrating on one type of people,
Mhm.
that is not scientific method. You're not going to build any sort of statistical or credible scientific style argument just concentrating on one type of people. It could be an American problem that affects blacks worse. It could be all kinds of things, but doing a YouTube show condemning the whole culture over a Krakow video, I'm just not going to buy that type of argument.
Yeah, I think that in the sense that what you're stating, it may not be a credible argument, but the idea about studying a group of people, that is scientific. That's anthropology.
Okay. Again, crime is not something that just happens in one demographic.
Right.
To
But
make a credible argument that it is a uniquely black problem, you're going to have to prove it. And you don't prove it by just looking at black people. You have to look at other groups for a comparison.
But you can. Take, for instance.
Okay, dude, I don't want to talk theory.
I'm not talking theory. I'm talking about hard. I'm talking about hard facts.
Okay.
I'm not talking theory.
Again, you're talking hypothetical.
I'm not talking hypothetical.
Dude, this isn't an argument I'm interested in having.
Right.
All I'm saying is that just saying it's a black problem without proving it does not mean you're right. The
Right.
anti-black blacks do it day in and day out.
Right. That's not my
Just all based on their opinion or bias or whatever it is that's convincing them. I'm unconvinced.
That's not my argument at all. My argument actually takes into consideration a comparison of other people. Take, for instance, my argument has always been you can look at the old Romany, also known as the Gypsies. They have a particular culture that is centered around criminal activity. The same thing was said of the ancient Cretes, how the name Cretan came into fashion, because they had a culture that was built around criminality. If you take those aspects and say, you know what, if I look at future groups and say, are there specific groups that have cultural activity that is centered around criminality? That is a scientific study. That's anthropologic in nature.
Still there?
Yep.
So yeah, there could be cultures that are centered around criminality, but you'd have to prove it.
Right. And that's what I would say, so far as if a person were to look at it from the field of anthropology and say, you know what, I can show where there are connections in this style of behavior being baked into culture, then you can make that argument.
Well, the problem is Black culture is not a separate culture from American culture.
Now that's where we would split in the road. I believe I can prove otherwise.
I await you proving it.
Yeah, we have to say that for another day when we had the time.
Because I just don't see how, given Black American history, how would we create our own culture? We were trained into the culture by a different demographic.
So once at the beginning of this, I think you were stating, when I came in, you were stating, what is it that these people believe that, Black people just didn't know how to cook and that they just learned how to cook and take care of themselves?
That wasn't my argument.
White people and such and such.
No,
when it comes to culture,
I think
infantilize these people and say that they can't build their own unique culture.
Okay, I don't buy that infantilization argument you're trying to push. I'm not arguing anything like that. What I'm saying is that the basic skills of cooking or whatever else cultural you want to talk about, we didn't come here with a blank slate. Okay, now we may have adapted, we may have added some things to it, etc., but we weren't kids. It was not a blank slate. Black culture is a part of American culture. People want to accept it or not. And I think it is literally imbecilic to think Black culture, given our history, is separate. Okay. If an immigrant came over tomorrow, they will bring their cultural baggage with them and they have to assimilate. My argument is, whether you want to believe it or not, Black Americans, the legacy Black Americans, are already assimilated into the culture.
Right. But when do you say that it happened? Because there was this
argument. It literally happened. Let's just use post-Civil War. Basically, now the roles in the culture may have changed, but I'll argue, slaves were a part of the culture before the end of the Civil War. The roles in the culture changed, but we were part of the culture. We're part of the culture now. We are fully assimilated into the culture. It's just our role may need to change. We may need to assimilate more. We may need to assimilate less. But arguing that Black culture is separate from American culture is just, I don't see how you make that argument and be credible.
I don't know. I don't think that the majority of white people were even engaged in slave culture.
Okay, that has nothing to do with it. They lived here, didn't they? Especially in the South. It didn't matter whether you owned a slave or not. You had your place in the culture. Okay? If you knew that, hey, I'm better than any black, you're in the culture. You know enough of the of American culture to know that, hey, I may be poor as dirt, but my skin is white. I'm better than a slave. Okay, if you know that basic premise, doesn't matter whether you own a slave or not, you know your place in the culture. Therefore, you are part of that culture.
I think that there were a multitude of white people who never even crossed a black person.
We're arguing past each other. I'm making a culture argument and you're talking economics, basically.
No, I'm just saying it's just normal life.
Okay, you don't have to own a slave to know what a slave is.
Okay, and
that's all I have to say. Whether you own one or not
really
doesn't mean that you're not a part of slave culture. You can be a part of a slave culture and not own a slave.
Right. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I said the majority of white people didn't even engage in slave culture.
Okay, and we're talking past each other. It doesn't matter whether they engaged in it. They were part of a slave culture. Participation, the economics of it doesn't preclude you knowing your place in society. If you know the pecking order, then you're part of the culture. Whether you own one or not.
Are you part of a drug culture?
Is there a drug culture?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd argue that there's not.
Are you a part of it?
I would also, dude, that argument's not going to work with me.
Okay, so you saying that there isn't a drug culture in America?
Okay, are you equating drug culture with black culture or white culture?
No, I'm not equating either. I'm just asking.
So you know what I'm talking about. Drug culture is not something that is the equivalent of black culture, white culture. Because to be honest, I don't even know that
it's equivalent to slave culture.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Since you want to go down that road, is drug culture part of American culture?
Yes.
So so American culture is a drug culture.
No,
right?
you said is it
no.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and use your logic, Einstein.
No, you said part.
Is America a drug culture?
Part is not equivalent. I'm using your word.
Is every American a part of the drug culture?
No. But according to
black culture, black culture is not I'm not a part of a drug culture then.
Okay, so
by your reasoning.
Right, correct. And in the same way that you are not a part of drug culture, white people were not a part of slave culture. Just because it existed,
they actually
doesn't mean that they were.
Sorry, SKC. That's not an argument I'm even going to buy. It sounds good on paper, but you know as well as I know, if you could argue that New Englanders weren't a part of slave culture. I could even buy that. But if you're white and you are in 1830s Georgia, you are part of the slave culture.
Okay, but the majority of white people weren't in.
The
majority of white people in 1830 were not in Georgia.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Maybe I should have been more specific.
Hold
on before you get all catnippy and go crazy with your success.
No,
I thought I did specify people in the South. If I didn't, I'm sorry.
Right.
I thought I said people in the South.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I could actually argue. Thinking on it, every damn American in the United States after 1787 was 1789 was part of slave culture.
Right.
I just rethought that. So
I
yes,
and
all white
I
people,
enjoy the
all
amendment.
American citizens after 1789 were part of a slave culture.
Okay, and that's what I argue against. I
And you
don't.
want to know why? Because it was legal.
And
So owning a slave has nothing to do with you being a part of a slave culture.
okay,
It's
so
legal. Slaves existed. Even
right,
if you were in Massachusetts, you
uh-huh,
were part of a slave culture.
right. It was legal just like it was all over the world.
Now, okay, I don't,
They were
you know
part of
what?
the
I
they were part
hold
of
on. I'm not
A
wandering
human
off.
world
I'm
slave.
not, no, dude, seriously. I'm not drifting into that Thomas Sowell
I'm
Wonderland
not doing the Thomas. I just
that
look
you
at
so
you.
naturally gravitate to.
It didn't just the legal out the being it's slavery being
Okay.
legal.
I'm not I'm
Began in
not
America.
drifting. I'm not drifting that way. I don't
No, no,
have
no,
the
no.
time to
I'm
I
using your.
don't have to relitigate it.
No, no, no. There's
Here
no.
is my point.
I'm
You're
agreeing
moving
with you.
goalposts. You're
I'm not
moving
moving the
goalposts.
goalpost. I'm
See,
agreeing
you're
with
doing
you.
that gish gallop that
I'm
all you
not doing
Thomas
any gift
Sowell
gap.
brothers like
I'm
to
not.
do.
Okay.
I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to calm down so we can come back to what we were talking about.
I'm not
And
bringing
no,
up.
Brian Nichols.
I'm not.
Let
I'm not
let
bringing
me
up any
restate.
Thomas Sowell.
Hold on, hold your horses. Let me restate my premises so
Okay.
the Brian Nichols of the world can catch up.
Go ahead.
Black culture is not separate from American culture. Period. And the people who think that it's separate are simply wrong. Now, your part about the drug culture, it may be more or less, but you know what? If we want to go with your argument, every American is part of a drug culture. I'll give you that one.
Well, now you're recanting. You said that
No,
you
I'm
weren't.
not ready. No. Just because you use the word recant doesn't make it so. I'm basically saying that we'll just go with your logic. So I'm
You
a part
said
of
you were
drug
not a
culture
part of
too.
culture. You said that you were not a part of drug culture.
Yeah, well, you know what? I changed my mind. I am.
Right. So then you recanted.
Okay, then I'm recanting.
Right. So and I'm
Okay,
glad.
now what else?
Right. And so I just want to start from where you started. You said at the very beginning of this that
Well, you're the
that
one making the argument that black culture, or at least you have doubts. You think that black culture is separate from American culture, right?
right. But you stated from the very beginning, you stated the whole idea that you don't know where these people get this idea that, black people didn't know how to cook. Like they got everything from white people and
Okay,
such and such.
separate argument.
No. It connects. The idea
It
connects.
doesn't
And
connect.
I think you made a great argument in that. I think you made an excellent argument in that. I agree with it 100%.
Okay, and what I'm saying is that it really doesn't connect to what I'm saying.
In the same
Black
vein,
people knew how to cook. Idea, no. The idea that black people had to learn it from scratch is ridiculous.
Yes, I agree. Just like when people try to bring up that American slavery had to been learned from scratch or something like that. No,
Okay.
it existed for a long time, and from
Okay, what you don't seem to understand is I'm not
to the United
who
States.
the fuck who is suggesting that America invented slavery? Who's suggesting that? I'm not.
The people who speak about its uniqueness.
Okay, well, I'm not the people. Oh, no. It is unique.
Oh,
okay, but unique doesn't mean you invented it. I mean, not every car is the same, but basically they are. So yeah, cars are all over the world, but my car is unique from, a lot of other cars. So I don't even get why you keep trying to glom on to this world argument. America didn't invent slavery. I think they put their own twist on it and perfected it in some ways. They made it self-sustaining.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You didn't need a slave trade because we bred our own.
I don't know. I find it interesting because when you say people can't just sit and study one group, they need to compare other groups. How
they do.
How that just gets cut off when it comes to
Okay, look at
the
you. Look
world.
at you just all over the place. You're looking for something to grasp onto, aren't you?
No, I think I've made pretty cogent arguments. I mean,
I think you have failed miserably.
oh, okay, okay,
Okay,
yeah, I'll
black
take that.
culture is a part of American culture. Those
Okay,
who want to separate it don't make sense.
yeah,
America did not invent slavery, but they definitely Americanized it to a point to where it didn't exist anywhere else.
mm,
So I don't see well, it didn't exist in the American form anywhere else. American slavery was unique. It was American slavery. There was Brazilian slavery, there was Caribbean slavery, etc.
yeah. There was slave breeding. It existed for thousands upon thousands of years.
You would have to
People were
prove
traded.
that. Hey, whoa. You would have to prove that because I'm not that kind of expert. Maybe you're a slavery expert,
I
but
am.
I don't know. I don't know of any modern, I don't know any American.
We
Dude,
had this conversation already. You remember
okay,
you
then
told
why are you bringing up world slavery again then?
because it's still a cogent point.
Yeah, it's cogent to
Just
you.
like I think that your
But
idea about anti-blackness is
getting back
pretty.
to the original premise, because I know you want to wander off to make some random point.
Well,
Black culture,
I suffer from wanderlust.
yeah. Well, black culture is not separate from American culture, and basically to think that is racist.
Wow! Now you threw the racist thing into it. Oh my
Well, that's right. I'm gonna make it a hot button issue. I'm gonna make it a hot take.
I don't know. I think more and more people are just leaning into the racism and just saying, "Yeah, if that's what you want to call me, that's fine."
Well, Deacon Dave, I made this point a couple weeks ago that America, because I like this analogy better. American culture is a mosaic, versus a melting pot. Those pictures within pictures. That's kind of what American culture. I think it's a good analogy. You if you're up close, you see a face, but then when you back out, you start seeing a different face. It's a face within a face. It's kind of like what American culture is. It is distinct sometimes, but it's still part of American culture. It just depends on how closely you look at it.
Would you say that that black culture um, elevates black excellence?
I don't think, no, not particularly. I don't think American culture elevates excellence. Black
Interesting.
culture, and I will also say that the black part of American culture probably, I think maybe it's better now, but there's always been that John McWhorter sticking point because he probably got picked on as a kid that would the crabs in the barrel analogy.
Yeah.
That's one, like, they don't celebrate excellence, they try and bring you down to be just like them. But I honestly think, especially lately, American culture has a big strain of that. But then I will also argue that in you brought up epigenetics at some point
Did I?
in the past. I think that anti-reading culture was inculcated into kind of the black psyche from slavery, where you were punished for learning how to read, write, and all that stuff. I think it was literally bred into the culture.
Nah, I think it's complete opposite.
Okay, well, see, the problem with arguments like yours is that it all goes back to genetics with you folks. I
No,
think
no,
a
no.
lot of
I
I
don't think
think people,
I don't. I do
well,
not think genetics are. I
I
think that.
know there are a lot of anti-black blacks who really are basically think that race is biologically based.
Nah, I don't. I
Um,
don't at all.
well,
I think that that's
deeply biological.
it's
I mean, phenotype is genetic, etc. But there are some deep culture, in my opinion, is not biological.
I agree.
Okay, there are biological elements. Okay, but you don't wake up knowing a culture. You have to learn it.
Right. I absolutely agree. I do not believe that culture has any sort of biological factor at all. I don't agree with the epigenetics argument about black people being inherently bad or evil or having dispositions towards certain.
Well, it's a slippery slope.
I've never made those arguments. In fact, I think that those arguments tend to
they'll backfire.
Well, not only that, but I also think that it takes away from people's free will and their choice to be as dysfunctional as they desire to be.
Which this dude's need to be right is spooky. Well, doesn't everybody want to be right? Who wants to be wrong?
I think a lot of people want to be wrong.
Well, it could be.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that are extremely hopeful about Black America at large, and they'll say, man, I see these, the writing on the wall, as it were, and I want to be wrong about this.
I get you.
Yeah.
What's up, Portia? I look at Tyrone here. Black Americans have no culture. Ooh, that anti-black stuff that's scorching.
Yeah, it's I would say you do have you have coined a hot button, anti-black thing. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody at some point picked that up and write upon it extensively from the framework that you have began to build with this.
I don't know about all that. I don't think I'm even original with that. Somebody must have made that observation before.
Well, I've heard the term anti-blackness and all of that, but I don't think that there's been anyone who has really put any rigor into substantiating it. It has been stated.
Well, ad hominems come naturally to me.
Oh, well.
I think the only genetic trait that might actually be, that it's probably not that debatable. Ad hominems are genetic with me.
Well, I don't know. I would say this: it's quite the phenomenon in rap and hip hop culture. Not saying that you imbibe in that, but it is.
Hey, I'm not going to doubt that.
Yeah.
Oh, you think I'm going to deny that?
No, I'm not stating that. I'm just saying it as it is. It's a cultural phenomenon.
There's a lot of problems. Well, I mean, I actually do, and I'm surprised you don't agree with me more. I think some of our internal problems are way bigger problems than white racism.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah.
We do a lot to ourselves.
Yeah. And again, I'm just making a slight correction in the precision of things. There are certain black people who do things to themselves, and then it boils over into.
When I say we, I don't mean we as in a culture. I mean we as human beings.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed this little, our little discussion on this. I think that you have. I agree with you that that Galt and the Be Braveism does need more rigor.
Well, no, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need more rigor. It needs to be rigorously stamped out.
Oh, wow. That's anti-intellectual. People should be able to study whatever they want to study.
Okay, you're not going to tell me that that's intellectual.
No, I'm not stating that, but I can state that sometimes people have started with certain ideas that may not have been they may not have been followed in an intellectual way, but then later on they did. I can give the benefit of the doubt on that.
Well, you're kind. You're too kind. I think that basically some of the assumptions are just outright wrong.
Yeah, come on. Assumptions based upon anecdote typically are wrong.
Well, no, they're not making assumptions based on anecdote. They're literally fitting anecdotes to assumptions about race. I mean, that's my take. There's a lot of see. I told you black people would do that. There's a, it's like a race first argument waiting for something bad to happen so they can go see. I told you so.
But I don't know. That's almost similar to how you approach the Trump thing.
Well, see, the thing is all that Trump stuff, much like your sociologist, is coming true.
Okay. Hey, I will allow that jab to come in. I have no issue with that.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
Yeah. Jabs typically aren't knockouts.
Well, that's true.
Oh man, but yeah, again the black people culture thing. I believe that is something that is going to continue to grow as a phenomenon of people seeing and pointing out dysfunction. And it's just one of those things. It's almost
okay, but the pointing out individual dysfunction or even small group dysfunction, that's like me saying that all white people are racist based on 4chan. You can't judge a whole group of people by a small group of people.
Okay. So then what was BLM about?
I'm not sure I get your point. It was about policing mostly.
A small fraction of police.
Yeah, but I mean, they have data to back it up.
Yeah.
It wasn't just observation or anecdote.
Yeah,
Like,
but they have
some of the assumptions. I don't see the parallel you're trying to make.
I'm not
Protesting.
I'm
Hold on,
actually,
give me a second. Okay, you're not going to compare what's happening with the anti-black blacks to BLM because the anti-black blacks want to use crime data, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, well, that's fine, but you don't judge a small group of people, a large group of people by a small group of people doing crime. Okay, now when you go, and you can make that argument because he only looked at the Houston police.
No,
but then there's also other like more national databases that you can look at for police brutality. So I think BLM's argument was the data supported their argument better than the crime data supports these anti-blacks.
No, I think
that's my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's the exact opposite, and I think it's backed by the statistics. Even in that study that what's his name, Roland Fryer brought up, he did bring in larger data sets from all over the country, and it showed that by far less than 1% of the police engagements were bad. So I mean, it's literally
okay. Well, that's fine. Okay, nobody's
arguing.
The argument is disproportionately black people are subject to police bad behavior. I can't think of the word I'm trying to use. The only argument is that black people were disproportionately affected by police brutality. That I'm not talking about the overall, because most black people on any given day don't have an encounter with the cops, black, white, or indifferent.
Right, which goes back to our original.
Okay, so if the argument is that nobody runs into police that much,
no,
that wasn't their argument. They're saying when it does happen, black people are disproportionately negatively affected. That was their argument.
Yeah, but what I was saying to you is that since it's such a small, tiny fraction, you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
That could be, but then there's also the history of it. And you know, no one's ever going to accuse BLM or any of these protest groups of perspective.
Right. But then on the other side, you're calling for perspective.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. When people say, well, all black people don't engage in such and such, and all black, you can't just make this large sweeping.
Well, no, I'm calling for perspective.
And engage.
Oh,
in
I
these,
see what you're saying.
Right.
So John Galt is like BLM.
Well, that's what I'm saying is if you do,
Okay.
if you're
No, I agree to that.
Right. So if you're going to
He
say
has
that,
no perspective, and neither does BLM. I'll go with that.
that I believe that's an argument that could be made.
I think I might buy into that argument.
Right. Because if you want to go by the numbers, BLM didn't have an argument. If you're going to say you can't make sweeping generalizations based upon a tiny fraction of people, BLM did not have an argument.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Do you think, and this is slightly moving the goalpost, but it's in the neighborhood, do you think we have a problem with school shootings?
No.
Okay, well then I get your point because I do. So, yeah, you and I just are on opposite sides of what's bad and what's not.
Yeah.
You don't think there's a school shooting problem, and I know it's based on numbers. I think even if the numbers are minuscule, it's too much.
Right.
You know, if it's happening once or twice a year, and it's so random. Okay,
Right.
it's not like if it was in one area, it would be a huge problem, but I wouldn't have to, every parent's going to worry a little bit. I'm 2 hours away from Winder, Georgia, but it's still all in the kinda not exactly metro Atlanta, but it's definitely out in the exurbs. That school shooting that happened over at Winder, I knew everything would be fine at my own school, but that was pretty close to home.
Right. And
So
I get it so far as media and so forth, but
well, I'm not blaming the media. I'm saying because it actually happened.
No. What I'm saying is coverage. There are shootings at schools in inner cities every week.
Mm-hmm. Well, those should be reported,
but they're not.
They should be.
Why are they not?
No idea.
And that's the problem, because for someone to say,
so are you basically saying the media is racist?
What I'm saying is that the media.
No. What else? What other reason could there be? It could be economic. Maybe they don't want to cover poor people, but it's got to be either poor people or black. Which is it? Are they racist or are they classist?
No, I think that there's other options or other answers on the Scantron.
Oh, I would love to know those answers.
It doesn't fit into a larger narrative.
Okay, I get you. All I'm saying is I agree. If it's happening in the inner city, and I don't know, you probably know better than I do. I'm saying that those should be covered because it would actually make my point more solid that we have a problem. But you don't think it's a problem.
I think I'm thinking it leads into the larger argument that I made earlier that Black culture is not American culture because America doesn't care about.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. You know what? There's almost nothing you could say that would convince me. There's no way you can exist in pre-America and post-America. There's no way you can live here for 400 years and not be a part of the culture. That's just I can't wrap my head around that. How would we have evolved?
Go see the Indians.
How would we have evolved? There's been so much miscegenation, etc., etc. Dude, you got to be kidding.
Okay, well, go see the Indians then. They lived here longer.
You know what? I don't know what longevity has to do with it. They're
Well,
part of the
you brought
American
up the
culture.
400
They
years.
are part of American culture. Just because you live on a reservation, that literally means you're part of the culture. The
okay.
culture gave you a place to stay.
Oh, okay.
So, Native Americans on the res are part of American culture.
Oh, okay.
We didn't play cowboys and we didn't play cowboys and Zulus.
I would say to you, the invention of the reservation was a way to dissect the cultures, to make sure that the cultures would remain separate.
Okay, well, maybe I don't even know how to think like you think. Okay, those cultures having a piece of land given to you and you're told to stay there literally means you're part of the culture.
No, I think it literally means we want to triage you, so because
Okay,
you don't
I
want
think
to
what
assist.
it is people deceiving themselves into thinking like separate but equal. That was a deception. There was no such thing as separate.
Yeah, I don't believe in anything about the separate or equal thing. I just stated that I believe that the reservations were little triages of, okay, so you want to continue with this style of living, you don't want to integrate, well then here you are.
Okay, let me reveal the reality to you. If you move the Cherokees from North Carolina, Georgia, and that area where the Cherokee lands were, if you move them to Oklahoma, away from their native lands, you are literally changing their culture and making them a part of your culture because y'all moved them from their traditional, their culture was built around the land that they had been on for millennia or whatever the time was, and you moved them across the country. They are part of your culture now.
Oh, okay. Well, they still have the totem poles and teepees and headdresses and the various
Oh yeah. That's all you need to have a culture. Just throw up a teepee or two.
the various mythological structures that they have, and
Yeah. That's
and
all
dream
culture's made of.
and
Just
dream
totem
catchers.
poles and teepees.
No,
If I go to Walmart and I buy a teepee,
but compounding those things does make a culture.
I think culture is almost indefinable in the number of things it takes to make one.
Oh, okay. So,
I literally think,
as I recount several of them and compound them amongst each other, and say that it transferred those things from one place to the next, and then you try to tell me that no, they didn't have a distinct culture, I think it's a silly argument.
Okay, do you believe in assimilation?
I do.
Do you think a first generation Nigerian comes here? He transports his culture with him. Okay. You probably can't call that Nigerian family that he's going to create American until about the third generation. Okay. And my argument is if you move the Cherokee from North Carolina to Oklahoma, by that first generation that moved is going to have a more or less intact culture. But by the third or fourth or fifth generation, that culture no longer exists. Maybe remnants might, but it's a different culture.
So then, if that's the case,
I'm not saying if. It is. It is when.
Okay, so I'm assuming your proposition, your claim to be true. I'm just following the logic to its conclusion. I'm
Well,
inserting.
there is no logic, really. It's true.
All right. So if the truth has to have logic, if not, it's not.
Not necessarily. You and I would go round and round on that.
Oh
Because
my
I'm
God.
not even sure. I'm not even sure there is truth.
So then
I
why?
think truth is conceptual.
So then why even use the word? Then are we dealing back in the metaphysics argument?
I actually think we shouldn't use truth, and we definitely abuse the word.
Yeah, well, that's something to be said amongst the community anyway. They abuse words all the time. The word coon has I don't know how many connotations. So
Who is Miss RBR?
I don't know. I haven't even looked at the chat or anything.
This just makes me miss RBR's back and forth.
Oh yeah, Real Brother Radio, man. He's a classic.
Real what?
Yeah, he died. I think a little while ago. But when I would say a person who was, and I wouldn't put you in the same mood as an RBR, but he was. I think that he was touched in some ways, mentally touched.
Well, you were going to say, because I'm kind of, I mean, I know you know more about cultures than I do. So, I'm not just, I'm not just flying in the face of expertise. But what I do know is that a culture will change with some major sea change, like geography.
Yeah,
especially if it's like a traditional, like homeland or something.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I mean, but yeah, I just I don't think that the movement was dramatic enough to take away the core concepts of the Indian culture, as it were. A lot of the people.
Well, I think, there's no one Indian culture. I was talking Cherokee specifically. I should have probably specified that.
Indian cultures, the various tribes and so forth, they each have their specialized.
Right, but my point is that you take the Cherokees, do a Trail of Tears to Oklahoma. By that third generation after they get to Oklahoma, you don't have a Cherokee culture. The original Cherokee culture, it will morph
into something else.
Well, I mean, you might still call it Cherokee because I'm sure they do, but I'm saying it. Let me put it to you this way, and I've seen the occasional, documentary or something. The Cherokees in North Carolina don't necessarily one-to-one identify with the Cherokees in Oklahoma.
Right.
It's two kind of different, ways of being Cherokee, I guess.
Yeah, just like the what do you call it? The LA Crips don't see eye to eye with the Chicago whatever gang, major gang people that are there, black gang people that are there. It's like they both have tribal ideas. They both are mapped out by they made changes due to their location, but they still engage in the same style of savagery. I knew that you would enjoy that, with the savage gangs. And,
Okay.
I think that there are cogent arguments and comparisons that could be made between the two. Shout out, and I don't want to grab that as my own original idea. Shout out to Jason Whitlock.
To who?
To Jason Whitlock. He made that.
Oh my God.
It was
you know what? Then I was, if it came from Jason Whitlock, then I'm just going to totally discount it.
Yeah, I know.
What does Jason Whitlock know about gang culture?
Well, he grew up in it.
Was he a gang member?
No, but he had family members that were.
Yeah, okay. Well, shout out to Jason Whitlock then. I'll concur. But I also think that he's an anti-black black.
Yeah, I mean, he falls into that classification as
Well,
you
he
mentioned.
almost, and the other thing I meant to talk about, or the word I meant to throw in about anti-blacks is pathology.
Oh wow! Now you've gone to add a
I'm
medical term
going to
to
start calling it the anti-black black pathology.
wow. He's went and added a medical term to it, man. I want to see how you how you arrange those ideas together. I'm not saying that it won't hold form. I just would like
Oh,
to see.
I'm just winging it at this
Oh,
point.
you just spitball. You just throw the spaghetti against the wall now.
Oh, look at this. Majestica Madness. I don't even know who that is, but he or she is anti-Stanley.
Oh wow.
Well, let me ask you a favor. The next time you say you're anti-Stanley, can you spell Stanley right?
Oh wow, man.
If you're going to be anti-Stanley, at least spell the syndrome right.
You said Stanley. Okay, well,
Stanley?
I
Maybe,
don't know.
maybe,
Maybe
maybe it was on purpose.
I don't know, but maybe it was just
Yeah, there he goes.
happened in in the what do you call that the autocorrect on your phone or something. It's happened to me before. He said a pathological anti-black. Oh my goodness. It sounds convincing though. I will a PAB.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tack that. I'm gonna have to tack that on. Maybe
What,
I'll just.
what are you
I
gonna
guess
call
it
it
ought
now?
to be a show title.
PAB syndrome.
PAB.
You need to put an MD behind your name now, Stanley. like Dr. Cross.
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh man, he said, what are you studying? I'm studying the madness of anti-blacks. The mental disease that they
Well, it could be.
He said, what I'm studying is whether this is an actual virus or it's a psychological.
Well, we'll call it a mind virus.
Oh man, this would make for great fodder. I would, man. Oh man. Well, I will state this though, Stanley. At least this interaction between us has been of great entertainment, and I would say some intellectual value to the audience. I don't think that they typically get a lot of this.
Probably not. Stanley. Yeah, I guess I'll watch I actually had let's see, this video and then another video after this and then another video after that. But it's 9
Oh man, yeah,
I'm gonna have to, well,
accumulating.
it's 8 after 8 your time. I got a doctor's appointment that I'm gonna leave for around 10:45, so probably need to wrap this up in the next half hour, 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, and
By the way,
I suppose that had been on my tractor 20 minutes ago, so
yeah,
I
you
do
know
have to
what?
head
I
off.
actually miss I used to mow my great aunt's lawn with my father's tractor.
Uh-huh.
Mowing a lawn with a tractor, like a full-size tractor, is actually fun.
It is. It is. I enjoy myself out there. Typically when I come out there, I'm here now. But typically when I get out there or get out here, my neighbors will come over and at some point and they'll want their stuff taken care of as well. So I know it's gonna be an all day occurrence. I won't get home until late tonight.
Oh, you have to drive back?
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta drive
Oh,
back.
that sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, typically I would do it on the weekend. But I got a notice that we had some high grass out here, which we do, and I didn't want to get fined or anything. So um so I was like, let me go ahead and take care of it.
So it's not like a field.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's several acres, so
Really?
mhm. But
And you got a notice?
mhm.
Don't those come from HOAs or something?
Yes, it does.
Huh.
Or various people in the agricultural fields, because sometimes they will be like, hey, do you want us to, let our animals graze and all that type of stuff? So,
Yeah.
yeah. So when I get those, I'll be like, oh, okay, I need to go out there. But typically, I'll take the boys with me because, especially the oldest one, he likes to get on the tractor and get to work and
Yeah,
all that.
exactly.
But
Is school out yet?
no, not yet. A few more weeks. Yeah, a few more weeks. But it doesn't stop for them anyway, because they're tutoring this year round. So,
Oh, do you homeschool your kids?
well, my sister-in-law, she is a private tutor. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah,
There's some good money in that. My
it is.
sister does it.
Yeah, yeah.
She's retired now. She's a retired teacher.
Yeah. No. My sister-in-law isn't. She worked for the embassy, and then for an IBS school, and then it was just more profitable to her to do private tutoring, and so
Let's see.
yeah.
Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button, and subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you're new. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. That's my personal channel that I do the occasional video essay on. But and also share it out. Share the wealth of these interactions, these types of interactions that you get almost every morning on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and the Stanley Cross channel. Every now and again, it's actually, kind of good. Drink your coffee and just kind of hang out and talk pseudo intellectualism sort of conversations. So, there's more of these to come, I guess. And I don't know. I assume John will be on at some point today, but I will finish because I wanted to talk more about Edna Lewis, who.
Oh yeah, I don't want to distract.
Well, no, that's all right. Because we're running out of time. I don't know. I might have time to show because this one's 36 minutes, where they interview like her niece or something like that, and then this particular one was a PBS special that I clipped just to show because it had Savannah, a restaurant that kind of was inspired in Savannah, and I know right where this restaurant is. It's maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes from where I grew up. And then Charleston, she actually worked at that plantation that they turned into kind of like a resort / bed and breakfast / wedding spot. And so, going back to my original premise, somebody made the point or tried to make the point that blacks basically, and I think it was along the line that, blacks had no culture. They are a separate culture, but they had to learn certain things from the parent culture. And I'm just like, you brought adults here and you're going to tell me they didn't know how to feed themselves in Africa. That just
that's an asinine comment.
Right.
And there were certain things that they learned. Like
Well, of course.
stuff
But
like
then
that.
there are also some things they taught. Remember in South Carolina, they went to specific places because those people knew how to grow rice and indigo. So there were some things that were brought over here, like okra. That wasn't native to America. There's some things that got imported with the culture. Maybe not civilizational type, but I would honestly say the rice culture and the indigo culture made fortunes in Charleston.
Okay. Yeah, I would not.
No, there's the whole thing about rice culture in South Carolina.
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. You're the expert there.
Yeah, well, I mean, my mother's side of the family, I grew up, 50 miles from Charleston in Savannah. So, I at least know some of the local stuff.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
I'm saying
let
that
you get to that video though. Let me get in here, get on this tractor, get this AC running inside as because I'm in Texas, it's hot. So yeah, I'm not going to do that old school tractoring out in the open air.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. But good talking to you, man. And
you too.
I'll listen and go from there.
Okay. Well, have fun on the tractor.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to join. I do want to try and get through these next two videos, which are specifically about cooking. And then if we have time, I've got an actual recipe video that's slightly unrelated, but one I wanted to see anyway. So I'm going to drop the link into both the chats. And if anybody wants to come up, we can extend whatever, SKC and I were talking about, basically, the culture argument, or we can talk Edna Lewis, who I'm kind of shocked people don't know more about.
Site for weddings. They offered her a job as chef in residence and asked her to develop a menu inspired by plantation cooking. She accepted. What was it like for Miss Lewis, the granddaughter of enslaved people, to live and to work here, a place where thousands of men, women, and children worked under the most horrendous conditions you could think of? To help make sense of it all, I went to the Milton Place restaurant to meet Amethyst Ganaway. Amethyst is a friend, food writer, and chef who grew up and moved back to Charleston. What is it like visiting this? I imagine you probably went on field trips here. What is it like remembering that versus now? Talk to me about how that feels.
Being from here, I have a ingrained respect of what this place is and what it means. It's beautiful in its way. It's like you look at this place and it's hard to imagine what was here. And then you think about who created this,
Absolutely. Is there also a sense of pride as well? Because to your point, we built this, enslaved people built this.
The entire landscape.
Yeah. So is there a sense of pride in that as well?
100%. Craftsmanship, the beauty, to be able to make something so beautiful out of a tragedy. We get to experience it in such a different way. Right. So I feel an immense amount of pride.
With Edna Lewis, she lived a couple buildings over right there. And I'm trying to imagine what that must have felt like for her. What do you think her impressions might have been?
With her, especially growing up in a rural, freed community, I don't know. I imagine it's a range of emotions, the way that we're feeling our range of emotions. How can you not?
I was doing some reading last night that she read the Carolina Housewife Cookbook by Sarah Rutledge and learning those recipes, which I imagine Black women were perfecting cooking on a daily basis, yet no one knows their names.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where Edna Lewis came in, and she knew she had a responsibility when she got that call to come and be here and to take over for this restaurant. And to specifically look back at those historical menus and those dishes that were created here, she knew that it wasn't Sarah Rutledge who came up with those recipes. And it makes me proud to know that someone of her stature would come here and understand and respect, more importantly, respect and learn from us and learn from our culture.
Being from South Carolina, what do you take away from this?
That I have a responsibility, right, to accurately tell these stories or to give names to the nameless, right? I think Edna Lewis, if she could be sitting in the back corner somewhere in here looking at us, I kind of feel like she is, right? Like her presence is here looking at us like, look at these two babies. You know what I'm saying? Look at them.
Yeah.
Getting to come to a place like this and recognizing the impact of her work.
Yeah.
And the impact of the people that were here. And I think Edna Lewis would be looking at us right now and she would be overwhelmed.
Amethyst and I, we walked the same path that Miss Lewis walked, back and forth to the restaurant every day. She lived on the second floor of this mill house, overlooking the rice paddies.
But imagine, okay, you just got off of work at this plantation restaurant, and this is what you walk back up to when you come home. Like, that's crazy to me. They made a little path right here and cut through. There's a window right there that would look out. So yeah, she would walk up there.
And she's like old when this is going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Edna Lewis worked at Milton Place for 3 years. Friends recall that she left because she was lonely. But everything she learned about the cuisine and the people stuck with her. The next day, Amethyst offered to introduce me to low country cooking, starting with a trip to a seafood market.
What are you most excited about?
It's almost like I don't know. It's almost like Christmas. Like I don't know what I'm going to get.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes me feel real excited.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Hello. How you doing?
Want to do some shark? You want to try some shark?
Absolutely.
All right. Let me get like 1.5 pounds of shark, please. And then we'll get some crab seasoning. So it's like our mix, like a Old Bay.
Okay.
But everybody make their own. One mild and one spicy.
I'm very much looking forward to this.
You in for a treat.
I'm very much looking forward to this.
Thank you, y'all.
Thank you so much.
You too.
Next up, a backyard dinner, Charleston style. Digging a little deeper into Charleston's culinary heritage, I mean, how would you describe it?
Charleston's culinary heritage is a painful but beautiful story. Charleston was created literally because of a food source, because of Carolina Gold Rice.
Right.
But from that, you have Gullah Geechee culture, which is the most retained West African culture that you can find here in the Americas, right? So you see that with dishes like okra soup, like red rice.
So talk to me about the shark. What is happening?
Yeah, I actually got some of our crab boil seasoning that we also got from the seafood market, and I just threw it in here. I'm going to kind of do my own spin on something I actually saw Edna Lewis do while she worked at Middleton Place. She did it with scallops. I'm going to do it with shark meat so I can bring a little bit of this back to Charleston and the Low Country and Gullah culture specifically.
So are we going to grill it? That's what we're going to do?
We're going to grill them.
Okay.
We're going to stew them. And then we're going to eat them.
All right.
Put a little bit of chopped scallions and some green onions. All right, let's drop our tomatoes in there. All of them right in there. Yeah. You smell real good.
It does smell good. The seasoning smells insane. You got me working hard, Amazon.
Good.
You got me working hard.
That means the food going to taste better.
Oh, wow.
So we have here a little smothered shark with some greens. We got our mustards, our turnips, and our collards, and some stewed down heirloom South Carolina low country tomatoes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well, I don't know about you, but my shark was 4 tenders now.
Wow. That is incredible.
Pretty good.
Oh my goodness.
I'd be surprising myself sometimes. I ain't gonna lie.
Where I'm looking at this plate, there's this full circle kind of connection moment where you are so connected to the land here and to what you're cooking. You have this relationship with that. And so did Edna Lewis. I would love to hear your thoughts on that connectivity.
For me, the biggest thing about Edna Lewis was that she was cooking the food that she grew up with, literally growing in her community. And it was all done very, very simply. And it was all really delicious. And for me, it helped me realize how special and how important my foodways were and how important my culture were and the ingredients that we had locally here. So while it might not be ingredients that she would have had in Virginia, I was able to take those same principles and apply it to the food that we have here.
For Miss Lewis, growing up with access to only seasonal ingredients shaped her views on cooking and on life.
Everything was in its own cycle. So it made life more interesting because you only had spring food and then you had food of summer, corn and vegetables, and then the fall, the harvest. You learn to discover food can be good without being doctored.
Oh boy, I see that that Be Brave has decided to get in on the action.
Well, that's not allowed. We just still get the piss and moan because things aren't fucking perfect.
Now, I literally basically watching a cooking video, and this motherfucker wants to start talking like bullshit. Of course, Africans didn't have electricity back in those days. Neither did the United States.
Damn it, folks. These people are fucking amazing.
Listen to this vitriol.
Amazing. Considering what goes on in Haiti, white people have to consider that. If they don't, I'll smack them upside the fucking head.
Jesus.
You know how many white people that are pissing and moaning in a fucking workplace where I'm at? And I say, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? I don't know. It's just a Monday. There's no Mondays allowed here. Did your mother pass away? No. Is everything okay in your life? No. Did your wife leave you? No.
Yeah, Roz.
Then don't have a fucking Monday around me, you stupid
let's
white
shut
son
this
of a
old
bitch.
fool up.
Number one, I told him before, you're white.
Well, here's the deal. You know what? I'm sorry that I don't bring your early dose of anti-blackness. I have other interests, and I'm sure I've said this before, but I tend to like news, culture, politics, and current events. I'd much rather talk about that. It's not as exciting and it's not as, funny, etc. But, unless I get riled up, I tend to be a fairly laid back person. And bottom line is I'm much more interested in the historic parts of the culture than other parts. So someone mentioned blacks in cooking. So, I know because yesterday I talked about this cookbook that I bought my mother years ago that was about, about black food ways, but it was kind of like a more fine dining take on it. But this woman's a food historian. She went back, looked at like 200 recipe books and, did a whole bunch of work. And I think she won a Pulitzer for it. It's a really nice, like, cookbook. And I happen to like cookbooks, by the way. So Edna Lewis was another like famous black woman cook. Unfortunately, she basically her heyday was back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. So, she didn't get to experience the celebrity culture and all this, but she's literally credited with being, if not the founder, one of the founders of the farm to table movement, because she cooked kind of differently than other people, the famous chefs did. But she grew up like, she cooked like when she grew up. Back in the day, if you lived on a farm, you pretty much ate what was in season. And, if you couldn't get it at the grocery store or afford it, you did without it. So I'm a big fan. I wish I could live like that. As a matter of fact, later on today, I'll probably stop by a produce stand and get some fresh vegetables and stuff. But anyway, the long and short of it is I'm not going to always be knee deep in controversy on these shows. I think Black people and Black culture in general has more to offer than just toxicity and pathology. And if that means you wind up going over to Be Brave or you wind up going to listen to John Galt, so be it. But I'm not going to change. I like what I like. And, those who want to ride with me can. Those who don't, run along and get your daily dose of anti-Blackness. So that's pretty much the way I feel upon it. So I do have this other video that I was gonna show, but I don't know if I'm gonna inflict that on you, especially since I kind of, really probably should be running along here. But I will show this small video, and then the other video, if I get a chance, I'll do it tomorrow morning. But I'm running short of time, so I figured maybe what I'll do, this short video about barbecue chicken. This looked interesting, so I'm going to gonna show it, and hopefully I'll probably get hungry watching it.
See that is that nice crispy skin and juicy. I love chicken. If you haven't had chicken, the original Black's barbecue or smoked chicken with the crispy skin, the juicy meat, you are missing out. I think it's absolutely our most underrated meat on our entire menu. Every time I order it, I think to myself, like, why do I not have this more often? But today I want to show you how you can do it at home as well on your own smoker. First is, we start, of course, the whole chicken, but we're going to break this down just a little bit, very simply, to make it easier to handle on the smoker, get as much flavor as we possibly can, and have as many chances and make it as foolproof as we possibly can, get nice and crispy skin. So stay with me here. So we took it out of the package. I took out the neck and the giblets.
Why this is buffering so much. I don't know whether it's the video. I don't think it's my internet. Well, this may actually be unwatchable. Let me reload it here, see if that helps.
Different things that were. See how it's getting nice and crispy, how juicy that is. Get that nice crispy skin and juicy. I love chicken. If you haven't had chicken, the original Black's barbecue or smoked chicken with the crispy skin, the juicy meat, you are missing out. I think it's absolutely our most underrated meat on our entire menu. Every time I order it, I think to myself, like, why do I not have this more often? But today I want to show you how you can do it at home as well on your own smoker. First is, we start, of course, the whole chicken. But we're going to break this down just a little bit, very simply, to make it easier to handle on the smoker, get as much flavor as we possibly can, and have as many chances and make it as foolproof as we possibly can, get nice and crispy skin. So stay with me here. So we took it out of the package. I took out the neck and the giblets and the different things that were inside the chicken, but you always want to make sure.
Ugh, this is horrible. Why is this messing up like this?
Make sure you feel in there and get whatever's in there. Found a little bit more. We'll go ahead and throw that in there.
I see what the problem
later.
is.
But what we're going to start with is we want to get this chicken to be at halves, actually. And the reason we do that is because it's going to cook more evenly. It's going to cook faster. and you're going to have an easier time handling it, moving it around on your smoker and your grill. Once this thing is spatchcocked or whatever, it gets kind of unwieldy and wobbly and that kind of stuff. And I don't really want to deal with tying it up and trussing it. That's a different type of cooking, not what we're doing. Taking a look here, I'm getting to know the bird, see like what's going on, feel what's going on, and then flip it over, and we're going to cut out this backbone. I like to keep things simple. I don't like to have a lot of extra tools in my kitchen, so this is my number one go-to. It's just a 7-inch chef knife. It's not the most expensive. It's not the cheapest, but it's just the workhorse of my kitchen. So you don't really need anything extra special or
I'm gonna try killing that tab.
chicken. If you haven't had chicken, the original Black's Barbecue or smoked chicken with the crispy skin, the juicy meat, you are missing out. I think it's absolutely our most underrated meat on our entire menu. Every time I
Might
order
just be the
it, think to
video
myself, like, why
performing
do I
like
not have
this.
this more often? But today, I want to
Stop
show
watch
you how
blue
you can
hand
do it at
timer.
home as well on your own.
No idea what that means.
First is, we start, of course, the whole chicken, but we're going to break.
Actually, Majestica, since we're having problems with this video, I'm not exactly sure why. Could just be the video. Your point about the Black Panthers not being racist, I'm not sure that I agree that they never were. If I recall, didn't they have problems with the man? I actually think if racism wasn't their problem back in the 60s and 70s, it was definitely patriarchy. I've never been a big fan of black radicals, somewhere between their Marxism, which I don't know that I have that big a problem with the Marxism part, but they were definitely patriarchal. In a lot of ways, they have a lot in common, or had a lot in common with parts of the right wing, the populism part of it. I don't know that I would ever say they weren't racist. I think they had some prejudices about white people in general. And I would even say, it was understandable that they did. They intimidated the police to get them out of their territory. Well, would you say that basically, if it wasn't quite racism, it was definitely problems with white authority, which might be somewhat hard to separate out. So, but I'm by no means any expert. It's just things that I've read over the years. I've never actually gone and, done any serious reading about the Black Panthers. Yeah, and there's problems with that sort of thing. And then I did notice that they did some sort of protest over this Hinton case the other day, which I don't even know why would they even bother getting involved with that. It was obvious that what he did he shouldn't have done. It's just like some random policeman. This eye for an eye thing. I can't really buy into that. So, because my planned video, my chicken video, which I'm annoyed at it not working right, because I was getting kind of hungry there. And the other Edna Lewis video is long, and I don't have time to watch all of it. So I guess what I'm going to do is just kind of wrap this thing up. What's up, Latino? You're catching me at the end. I've got a doctor's appointment that I probably need to go ahead and start getting dressed and everything. I don't know what John's plans are. I don't see anything scheduled, but I can imagine he'll be on. He'll get bored and want to come up and spread some of his very special brand of anti-black blackness. I really wanted to watch this video though, because I don't have a chicken, but I actually kind of planned on firing up my smoker here in the next day or two, and he's just getting me into the mood.
This down just a little bit, very simply, to make it easier to handle on the smoker, get as much flavor as we possibly can, and have as many chances and make it as foolproof as we possibly can, get nice and crispy skin. So stay with me here. So
Yeah,
took it out of the
yeah,
package.
Latino,
I
I
took out
know.
the
It's
neck and the
all
giblets
love.
and the different things that were inside the chicken, but you always want to make sure you feel in there and get whatever's in there. Found a little bit more. We'll go ahead and throw that in there, save it for later.
Well, this
But
is
what we're
working
going to
better.
start with is we want to get this chicken to be a half.
You know what, Latino? If you're into that sort of thing, here's the deal. I used to always use those R2D2 smokers that you can get at places like Lowe's or Home Depot. You used to be able to get them for like 50 or 60 bucks. And especially if you kept them covered or undercover, they'll last for years. However, my brother had a propane smoker. As a matter of fact, you were here when I showed it. Remember that smoker that looks like a refrigerator with the 6 shelves, and then it's got like it uses those little hickory disc things. It's like it automatically feeds these hockey puck looking wood disc things to generate the smoke, and you can time it. So, you can put it on for 4 hours, you can smoke for 4 hours, you can do the combination of the two. And the R2D2s, you should still be able to find those. But no, my brother gave me his old smoker because he wanted a new one, and this thing is nice. It's like a $600 smoker, and it works like a charm. Though I'm gonna have to get a new door for it. No. Yeah, I'm talking shit. The last time I bought one of those, Latino, probably 10 years ago. So yeah, they're probably closer to 100 now. But if you don't have a lot of money and you just need something real quick, now it burns charcoal or wood, but it's good stuff. I've even smoked sausages in those things. You just get the twine, because I used to occasionally make my own sausage. You can actually rig up string or wire or something like that to hold the sausages vertically. So the thing is it's kind of hard to control temperature. So it's somewhat hard to do it, but if you know how to use charcoal, you can manage it. If it gets too hot, you might have to pour water on it to cool it down. But if you have a house or something like that you can actually smoke your own meat, oh, that stuff is just it's awesome because you can smoke fish, you can do all kinds of things with it. And the nice thing about that R2D2 is you could take the body off of it and lay one of the grill racks directly over the charcoal. So you can do things like hamburgers. Now the problem is it's all direct heat, and whatever's on there is going to cook real fast. So that's not the best way to do it. But you could probably grill burgers, but you'd have to get it really hot to do it. But anyway, making one, I'm sure there are YouTube videos, if you get a barrel, but I've always been reticent about barrels. Like getting an old used barrel, you probably have to like heat it up several times to get whatever oil residue or whatever was in that barrel. I've always not been real trustful of used barrels because you never know what kind of chemicals or all that stuff has been in there. Yeah, but see, I like smoking because you can literally put the meat on there and walk away from it, check on it every couple hours or so. That's the one thing about, smokers is it's real slow cooking. It's closer to actual barbecuing. And, it's it's almost like a big crock pot. You put something on there and you just have to check on it occasionally. You don't have to stand over it. Now, I'm sure there must be a way, because you're near a big city, Latino, you might be able to get new barrels, but I'd never come across brand new unused barrels. But you been in a big metro area, harbor especially, you probably find one if you inquire.
Actually. And the reason we do that is because it's going to cook more evenly, it's going to cook faster, and you're going to have an easier time handling it, moving it around on your smoker and your grill. Once this thing is spatchcocked or whatever, it gets kind of unwieldy and wobbly and that kind of stuff, and I don't really want to deal with tying it up and trussing it. That's a different type of cooking, not what we're doing. Taking a look here, I'm getting to know the bird, see like what's going on, feel what's going on, and then flip it over, and we're going to cut out this backbone. I like to keep things simple. I don't like to have a lot of extra tools in my kitchen, so this is my number one go-to. It's just a 7-inch chef knife. It's not the most expensive, it's not the cheapest, but it's just the workhorse of my kitchen. So you don't really need anything extra special or a cleaver or shears or anything like that, because chicken is pretty soft, the bones at least. So what I'm first going to do is just feel for that spine. And so you can kind of lift up the neck a little bit and kind of see the lines. You can kind of get a sense of the straight lines going forward. Here's some of the tail as well right here. So you just kind of draw a line in your mind on there. And then I like to just, not try to cut all the way through on that first pass, but just make a score mark. And then that kind of gives me a map to follow. So I'm just going to barely push in through this upper part, the rib cage, and keep my fingers out of the way. I'll keep all those. As you get down further to the dark meat, does get a little bit harder, the bones. So that.
Okay, I'm going to give you a safety tip here. Unless you're really good with a knife and you have a really sharp knife, the best way to spatchcock a chicken is to use kitchen shears. It's a lot less dangerous if you're not really good with a knife. And in my opinion, it's faster and you lose less meat. You can stick closer to the bone. I know how to do it with a knife. I've used a knife. Kitchen shears, like a good pair of kitchen shears, are just way better.
That's where if you have a nice sharp knife, kind of saw through it, and then once you feel those harder parts, just like to position it nice and just kind of.
And you don't dull your knife.
Wax. Push on a little bit, break through those bones. So we broke through those leg bones. We're just going to finish separating the skin. And there we go. We got a chicken that's nice. That's broken in half, basically spatchcocked, fancy word for flattening out the chicken. We still have the backbone over on this side, which we're about to deal with. So go ahead and flip that over. I'm just going to push just to flatten out that breastbone a little bit more. And now to cut out the rest of this backbone, it's going to be nice and easy because it's going to be on our cutting board. So I'm just bending it up a little bit, pre-breaking it a little bit just to make it easier. As I go with my knife, I don't want to cut through the wing or anything like that. I'm just going to start right here by the tail and just gently score it. And again, remember the legs, that's where we had the most problem. The bones were a lot denser, a lot harder to cut through. So we're just going to save that for now. And we're going to just keep scoring it and drawing a nice line. And then I just like to whack it right there. Whack it just a little bit right there. I'm not trying to get through the whole thing all at once, just a little bit at a time. So this is the backbone of a chicken. There's a lot of flavor embedded in there, in the bones, in the meat, in the skin. There's not a whole lot, on there, but I usually throw this in my freezer, save it for some stock, some soups, just something just to know I've got it when I want some extra flavor to, brown in my pan or something like that. Or you can also throw this on the smoker, next to this. This will finish pretty quick if you just need like a little snack, a little nibbler or something like that. So now we've got a beautiful whole chicken that's been spatchcocked, basically flattened out, nice even layers. But we mentioned we're gonna cut this in half as well. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just feeling, you can kind of see where the bone broke, the breastbone, but I like to just kind of feel it out, push it apart with my fingers just a little bit so I have a path, I have an idea, and keep those breast muscles intact as much as possible. So I don't want part of this side cutting that one. And so I'm just separating it out with my fingers a little bit, and I can feel where the bone is, I can feel where it's kind of soft, you can kind of feel the muscles. And again, I'm just gonna, very little pressure, Just kind of make a score mark. Try to get a nice clean cut through that skin. Kind of gently push through those soft bones. And once you
Oh,
get to
that's
the
right,
bottom,
Latino. I forgot.
push on it like that. And there we go. Now we've got two beautiful chicken halves ready for the smoker. Not quite, not quite. I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry. I haven't had lunch yet, so I'm getting hungry for these bad boys. But we're going to season these up, but there's a few extra twists and turns to help ensure that we get the crispiest skin and most flavorful meat as well. And where a lot of people go wrong is they'll just sprinkle some salt, some meat, some seasonings, whatever it is they're wanting, butter, whatever, just on top of the skin. This skin is delicious, but it's also an nearly impenetrable layer of flavor. It keeps pretty much anything from getting in. That's what its job was, before it got to us, and that's what still its job is right now. And so what I like to do is just kind of separate the meat from the skin very gently. I want to do everything I possibly can to not rip this skin, not only because it's great and it's going to look beautiful, but also we want that skin to do its job to hold all the juices and the flavors in when it's time. But I'm kind of just gently getting in here and making a little pocket, breaking away the connective tissue very gently, very slowly. And we're going to season the meat under the skin as well as on top of the skin, just to make sure that everything stays juicy and flavorful, and every single bite is exactly what we're looking for out of here. So let's talk about seasoning. Wet brining, dipping this in water. A water and salt solution is extremely popular for chicken. It's not something I like to do because it also waterlogs the skin, which makes it really hard to get crispy skin. It's not impossible, but it just makes it a lot harder. So what I like to do is just use our trusty old dry rub that we have here at the restaurant that we use in all of our meat. Salt and pepper, just a little bit of red pepper. Some people call this is a dry brine. There's wet brine where you're soaking it in water in a concentrated salt solution. But what I like to do with pretty much all of our meats is a dry brine. And basically all that means is you're seasoning with salt, not with salt and water, but it accomplishes a lot of the same goals. So instead of impregnating the meat with more water, you're just changing the structure of the molecules to where it holds on to its own water better. That's the science of it. I mean, all I know, I've learned little bits and pieces of it, but all I know, it tastes great, it works. When I don't do it, it doesn't taste as good. So I'm gonna keep doing it. What I'm doing is I'm just pulling the skin back, sprinkling a little bit on there, and just rubbing it around to try to get as even as a layer as I possibly can. You might notice we use table salt. It's a smaller crystal than kosher salt, and it's what we use on all of our meats. It's what my great-grandfather started with in the 1930s because that's all that was available to him. That's what we keep using because that's just part of our tradition. But also, I think it's the best application for any barbecue meat because it dissolves quickly, it penetrates and becomes part of the meat very easily, and just make sure that every single bite you get is deeply seasoned, deeply flavorful, and extra juicy. We've got this one seasoned on the inside, we got it seasoned on top of the skin, just a little bit, and then we're just gonna go ahead and season the back. So you want every single bite to have as much flavor as you possibly can. So if you've seen this fork sitting on the board, it's not because I'm ready to eat a piece of raw chicken. It's the final tool to help us ensure we get the crispiest skin we possibly can on here. In chicken, there's little pockets of fat, which you can see where the skin's a little bit wider. You can see the meat through some of it. You can see pockets of fat in different areas of the chicken skin as well. Fat is flavor, fat is our friend. It can also waterlog the skin and keep it from getting nice and crispy. And so what we want to do is take advantage of that fat to help self-baste itself, basically. And so what we're going to do is we're going to find those pockets of fat, and we're just going to gently poke through the skin, make little tiny holes through there. So as the fat heats up and it cooks, it can render/melt, dribble itself all over the skin, basically cooking its own fat in a way. Don't go overboard on it. Just find those pockets, just give it some release points, some exits, and you're in business. This chicken, ready for the smoker. So we've got these chicken.
I don't know about y'all, but I don't particularly, when I smoke meat, I don't particularly want to bark on the chicken. Maybe next time I do it, I'll try that. But, I kind of don't want crispy skin. I want that on fried chicken or baked chicken, but not necessarily smoked chicken.
We've let them rest for about an hour to let that salt really penetrate and dissolve into the meat. It's ready to go on the smoker. This, of course, is the smoker my grandfather built in the late 1940s. I don't even have one of these types at home, but it runs at 275 degrees. And what I suggest for if you're just starting out, you're not sure about your smoker at home, start it at 225. just to make sure, you're not going to burn it, overcook it. And when I'm placing these on the smoker, that dark meat's got a lot more fat, a lot more juiciness, a lot more to break down. So I like to face that towards the hotter part of the fire because it can take it. We want to preserve and give that white meat as best a chance we possibly can to be nice and juicy and flavorful without drying it out. Those legs, those thighs, they can take it. So we're going to let those cook for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Chicken always takes longer than you want it to, it seems. I'm sorry, I am stuttering, I am hungry, I haven't had lunch yet. I cannot wait for these to be done. All right, so we've got a clean board, a clean knife, and an empty stomach. I cannot wait to eat these. The chicken that we put on is still cooking. I went up to the front, stole it from the front, because obviously our team does an amazing job on chicken every single day. And look at this beauty. It's got nice, crispy skin. It doesn't develop a bark like brisket, of course, it's not on the smoker long enough, but that skin develops that nice mahogany color. You can see how it's getting nice and crispy, and the fat is rendered just perfectly. Beautiful, beautiful. So there's a lot of ways to enjoy it. Of course, you can put this on your plate, eat with a knife and fork. Barbecue, we like to use our hands. When we're selling it at the restaurant, and what I like to do at home, cut it into quarters first. So I'm just looking for that divide between the dark meat, the leg, and the thigh right there. You can kind of see a line. And just kind of sneak up under the wing a little bit and just kind of get through there. Those bones are nice and soft. And you've got the white meat right there. See how juicy that is? Not as marbled, it's not as fatty as dark meat, but still very, very juicy. And then you've got the dark meat too. So if I was serving this at a party, golly, look at that juice. Goodness. If I was serving this at a party or a big group, had a lot of chicken, it was one of many different meats, I'd go ahead and cut this, a little bit more. I'd separate the leg from the thigh. And so what you're doing is you're just basically, the leg bone goes this direction. And so I'm just kind of get that knife parallel with the leg bone right there. And the easy way, just cut right through that thigh bone right there. And you got little nibblers there. So you got a nice leg. That's my son's favorite. Got the chicken thigh, which is my favorite as well. And I'm gonna dig in. I'm going for right here. Get that nice crispy skin and juicy. Look at that juiciness in there. The salt has dissolved and penetrated and seasoned the meat all the way throughout. I'm not just getting flavor from the skin. It's nice and crispy and smoky. The meat is full of so much flavor. You cannot go wrong with black barbecue chicken. With all those little tips I gave you, I hope your journey is as successful as this one. Let us know, like and subscribe. We'll be here putting out more recipe videos so you can enjoy little bits and pieces of Black's barbecue on your own. And hopefully I can talk straight. But after having something like this, it's not easy. So cheers, you guys.
All right, folks. Well, I see John's going to be on in about 30 minutes or so. I don't know, Deacon Dave. I still kind of prefer baby back ribs. Beef ribs are pretty good. I'm a rib guy. Briskets are okay. Never been that big into briskets, but they do make good sandwiches. I'm not into pulled pork and stuff like that. I think that's for, the North Carolina, Virginia, maybe South Carolina boys who don't know how to barbecue. For me, barbecue is almost always ribs of some sort. So, and chicken's okay. Chicken's pretty good. I've got a jerk rub seasoning that I like to use because it gives a little bit of spice. And I haven't talked to Virgo. I don't know that she ever smokes chickens or anything like that, but she uses a wet jerk sort of seasoning. I've always used dry. Maybe one of these days I'll try a wet seasoning. But yeah, I saw that. Poor guy. But anyway, I've got to rush because I got to get ready for this doctor's appointment. I should be back around 3:45 or 4 in the morning. And I do have one video I wanted to get to, but who knows? It would be about Edna Lewis again. And who knows? I may be thinking about something else by then. But, I've never had smoked pork belly that I know of, Deacon Dave. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll try that next. Yeah, maybe I'll do that because there is a layer of fat that would be interesting to work with. So thanks for that suggestion. All right. So, folks, I'm out of here. Everybody have a good day. Please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth. Lots of good things going on here, mostly. So share it out. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's Stanley Cross 6000, where I do the occasional video essay about stuff. And Deacon Dave, your thing about the Lost Cause is definitely on the agenda. Make sure you support the host. The weekend will be here eventually, and I'll be thirsty for Bud Light. And make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J, who is the person who pretty much inflicted me upon you. Well, yeah, you're right, Deacon Dave. He does make me raise my game. But I always, for some reason or another, like I said, we've known each other for quite some time, for years, really. We met through a friend of ours, Discord. So, we pretty much reached our rapprochement. We pretty much know each other's styles. So, yeah, it does become kind of a weird gathering of, two people who, have read a lot of books. And I'm perfectly comfortable with someone who's a reader. It's a different style of argument. In my opinion, a better argument. People just don't know. I catch a lot of guff about, being a book reader. It's not a matter of knowing, everything is book knowledge. In my opinion, books are almost like windows on the world. They expand your thought. They actually expand your ability to be original and have original ideas. So, in my opinion, people ought to read more books. Plus, it's something to do on a hot, lazy Saturday afternoon when it's too hot to go outside. So, with all that said, Deacon Dave, Latino, Dwali, and everybody else, I will see you all in the morning. Y'all have a good day.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.